Alright. Welcome to the third part of our playthrough of Eva 17. We are currently doing Tsugumi's route, and we'll waste no time blabbering and just get on with it. Because last time we learned of Tsugumi's infection? Something like that. And she played it off as a joke, so I mean, funny joke. Like, was it a joke though? I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, let's continue. That afternoon, after a light lunch, I looked around, but couldn't find you anywhere.
You? 食べ終わってすぐスバイトの警備室に行ったよ。
Security office, huh?
なんかね、ナッキュ調べ物があるんだって。
Right. Research. I wonder what that could be.
さあね。気になるなら、ユウに直接聞いた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Maji, why? Why would you? Okay. It's fine. Hello, though. Yeah, I guess you're right.
ソラさんはどこ行ったの？
制御室に入ったままみたいだね。忙しいのかな。さっき端末で声かけてみたんだけど、取り込み中だからって。
As usual, Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen, but the sandwich I left at the kiosk was gone. I mean, you have to ask, but it's fine. I'm gonna think that you, Sora, and Tsugumi hadn't said a word to me all morning. Something's up, I can tell. Oh hey, Maji, I'm not gonna spoil nothing, but since you're here, I'm happy for you, that's all. At any rate, I figured I'd go search for them. And anyway, I had figured I would continue playing the game. But I didn't know where to go. Squeeze me for one thing. Okay, we'll find them somewhere. I mean, we'll start with the security office, I suppose. Climb the stairs, I head towards the security office on the second floor. As usual, the room smelled faintly of smoke. How you doing, you? What's up? As we enter, you turn towards me from the console. Say, you haven't been smoking, have you? That's too many yous in the same sentence. That's too many. I only said it in jest, but you look slightly offended. You spoke smugly, mocking me. Hey, I don't smoke. Yeah, I thought we didn't. And I was like, where do you get that from? Yeah, we don't. Anyway, let's stop all this stupid talk about smoking. I just wanted to ask you something. The kid said you were doing some research. Yeah, was that not true? You give me a slightly surprised look. I don't remember exactly, but... What do you mean she admits it? You just mentioned you were researching something, so I thought I'd ask you myself.
そっか。なら教えようかな。
What are you doing then? Turning back to the console, you began type.
クラナリはもう覚えてないかもしれないけど、
Uh-huh.
私ずっといろいろ調べてたのよ。
Oh, yeah. Your dad or something, right? He got lost here or something like that? Yeah, that's it. Spoke with their eyes glued to the monitor.
それにお父さんのこと。
Oh, are those separate things? I guess those are separate things. Ah. That reminds me, you mentioned him earlier. Must have been the first day I came to this place. When you startled me by suddenly starting up the dolphin carousel. I'd heard about him then. So, have you found something?
ううん。
Nope. You shook her head slowly. Eyeing the monitor, she hit some more keys and entered a
パ
code.
スワードさえ発見できれば、
Password.
それさえあれば、デミのあらゆるデータベースにアクセスすることが可能になるの。
I mean, couldn't you just ask Sora? I mean, like, there's probably no future for this place after all this.
通常、デミのシステム本体に関わるデータはプロテクトでブロックされてる。それに開発スタッフの個人的なデータもね。そのプロテクトを解くための鍵、デミのセキュリティロックを外せる緊急用の最終パスワード、それを探してるのよ。
Oh, so that's what you've been up to.
ええ。でももうお手上げかな。
You stopped typing. Taking your eyes off the console, she looked at me. Hey, by the way, if you disconnect Limith's security protection, what will happen to Sora?
空？
Well, since Sora's an AI program and inside the Limit system, won't she be affected? Hello, Tao Tinchi. How you doing?
そうね。もしプロテクトが解ければ、空は当然裸になる。
Naked?
あ、クラナリ？今なんか変な想像したでしょ。
No. Nothing at all.
裸って言っても、空の映像がヌードに変わるわけじゃないよ。
I wasn't thinking that at all.
本当かな。怪しいな。
That's pretty sus.
ま、いいけど。
It's fine. It's fine though.
空の思考とか記憶、データとして見られるすべては丸裸になってしまうわけよね。
That's an invasion of privacy.
そういう問題じゃないと思うけどな。まあ、私は内緒事をベラベラ喋ったりはしないし、興味もないし。
I mean, true.
空の秘密を知ろうって気はさらさらないから安心しなさい。
I mean, we don't have a reason to go through Sora's stuff,
Okay.
so... Yeah, okay. Ah, okay.
オッケー。
Yes, I get it. Alright. And to that, I fell silent. I was searching for something to say. He was looking down. So... If you discover something about your father, then what? I asked you for her to brow slightly.
私もね、それを考えてるところ。どうするべきかなんてもう分かってる。分かりきってる。プロテクトを解けば全部分かる。とにかく今、私はここのコンソールからレミシステムの中枢にあるはずのデータにアクセスしてる。うまくいくかどうかは全然わからないけど、データがそこにあるらしいってことは分かってるの。どこにデータがあるかまではもう分かったのよ。
I mean, maybe.
まあ、分かったのはいいんだけど。
He suddenly became more upbeat.
このプロテクトがまたなかなか解けなくって頑固でね。だから果たしてそこに何があるのかというところまではまだまだたどり着けてないってわけ。結局何も分かってないのと一緒だよ。
You said this and give a big shrug. Yeah. But I still think it's loads better than knowing nothing at all.
そうだよね。
You gave me a smile. Then popped her neck and rotated her stiff shoulders.
さてと、もうちょっとだけ頑張ってみようかな。
Alright, you. Good luck. There's still time. Turning back to me, you began to peck at the keyboard.
それにしてもさ、
Oh, stopping her hand, she muttered quietly.
昔からお母さんに聞かされてたお父さんの癖、わかるもんだね。こんななんでもないような無機質なコンピューターのプログラムにも結構売ってるんだ。人間の癖ってさ。
For a long time, you stared at the monitor. She didn't look my way, so I couldn't read her expression anymore. But I could tell by her shaky voice. She was probably crying. Without saying a word, I slipped out of the security office. It was time for dinner. Made enough sandwiches for everyone and passed them out. Everyone moved with him to the rest area. We gathered on the circular stage in the center of the room and began eating. I waved Asora's hand, a gentle rain started pouring from the ceiling. From the ceiling sprinklers onto the flower beds. There was even a small rainbow. Smiling, Sora stared at the fresh flowers and the sparkling rainbow. I wondered how long I could watch the little piece of world she'd created. How long could I keep looking at her smiling face? Thinking about it made me feel lonely. Then again, there were others with me too. One of them opening her mouth so wide that it didn't seem it would open anymore. She looked really happy. And flipped off the wrapping paper. She called out to me in a voice that seemed just a little too sweet. It seemed to me that she'd been crying earlier, but it must have been my imagination. I mean, not necessarily, you know, you could just, you know, you push that away and then you go on and then you're like, hey, give me some food, give the cute girl some food. Turn on the charm, you know, for more food, because you don't want to make it yourself. Alright, you're just a slaves driver. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Not at all, my lady. Pregnantly, I shrugged back in the kitchen. Can't believe that girl. Wasn't like they were that hard to make. We had plenty of provisions. Still, I was irritated as I waited for the cold oil to heat up again. I actually fidgeted as I waited. The white basket struck the frying pan with a clang. Well, let's get this done as soon as I can. Oh, hello, Tsugumi. A customer had showed up without warning. Jeez. Tsugumi looked annoyed. Tsugumi. Huh? No, it's just... Don't worry about it. It's okay. I had to settle down. I allowed myself to get worked up. Trying to shake off my frustration, I replied, "You just want one?"
ええ、お願い。ああ、そうだ。それから。
Tsugumi said that as she turned around.
ココ、どうするの？どうしようかな。
Coco peeked out from behind
何
Tsugumi.
か欲しい？ちょこっとだけなんか食べよっかな。そうね。じゃあパンを半分食べる？ココそうするよ。タケぴょん、パン半分ください。
Okay, okay, gotcha. Just some bread. That's it.
ところでたけし。
Tsugumi, you're being real nice to me. Is that because of the joke we shared last time? You're just... Normally you would say a word to me. Now you're saying many words and saying Takashi all the time. What's up with that?
さっきちょっと怒ってなかった？どこか具合でも良くないの？それとも。
Yeah, this is a lot of concern. This is a lot more concern that I would have seen earlier. Nah, it's not like that. It just takes a while for the oil to get to warm up. So I was irritated, that's all.
そうなんだ。
She fussed me a
わ
smile.
かった。大丈夫。慌てなくていいわ。私ちゃんと待ってるから。
You know, cold Tsugumi is alright, but I kind of like sweet Tsugumi as well. Tsugumi grabbed onto Coco's hand and started walking slowly away. She was smiling so gently. It surprised me when she started talking to me all of a sudden. The Tsugumi right then seemed like she would never talk about dying, even by accident. I wonder if she had resolved her feelings. I mean, we had something akin to a heart-to-heart last time. That happened when someone questions you vaguely threateningly. I mean, true. I mean, it does. I mean, you fight with your friends and partners and everybody, and then you get closer because of it. I mean, that's kind of like what happened. I mean, she did, like, choke us a little bit, but, like, it's fine. A little choking is fine. Okay, that's... okay, never mind. Alright, that's enough. Let's continue. If that was the case, then it seemed like talking with her had been the right thing to do. I chased after her constantly. Been hit by her. Been put down by her. Maji, lamp is a bad influence. I will say that. But the Tsugumi before me was unmistakably one of us. Tsugumi was listening to Coco intently. Huh. Coco seemed to be truly enjoying herself. Boing boing, huh? Hold on, what? Outer... Now we're in outer space. Okay. Alright, good. Now you're meeting aliens.
そっか。ココはクイクイ星人に会ってきたんだ。
Tsugumi's listening though. She cares, at least. I mean, she was always a little sweet with Coco, but I feel like she actually cares.
そっかそっか。よかったね、ここ。
Tsugumi listened to Coco's nonsense with a smile on her face. I watched the interaction quietly. Tried to sense what they were feeling. And... You, if you wanna complain, then come make it yourself. Gosh. Went to the rest area and he was lounging about lazily. What the hell are you all worked up about?
別に怒ってなんかいないよ。
Are you hungry?
ただクラナリのサンドが遅いから何やってんのよとか思ってやきもきしてただけで。はい、それで守備はいかがでしたか、料理長さん。
You really don't know when to shut up, do you? Look, it's right here, so stop worrying. I showed you the package, she shrugged. Tsugumi Coco had already finished theirs, and falling behind me. Head over to the circle in the center of the room. Here, it's a Naka special, take it. Get up on the round daisies and threw the package directly at you. Get your sandwich, or you don't get to eat it. Or miss. Splat. The package flew over Yu's knees and landed softly in the center of the stage. Hey, come on, wake up, will you? Trying to show surprise. Be careful, those are some gourmet goods, you know?
何よ、そっちが突然投げたんじゃないのよ。
We were ready. Yu's cheeks puffed up. She picked up the package and dusted it off. Sorry, I was just joking. I did both hands in mock apology. I was worried it would fall into the water there for a second.
あのね、たく。そんな意地悪しなくたっていいじゃないのよ。
Grumbling to herself, she undid the string around the wrapping. He looked at the contents and puffed up again.
ちょっと、タツタが焦げてるんじゃないこれ。
Not that badly. You should still be able to eat it.
しょうがないな。
Give me a break. Carried on needling each other like that for a while. When suddenly, someone came up and stood in front of you and me. No, maybe he'd been there for a long time. He was staring at both of us with a leaden gaze.
あれ、どうしたの少年。
He looks kinda pissed.
食べないの？
Could help it unopened fried tuna sandwich in his hand. You gotta eat to stay healthy, kid. It's probably cold by now. You want me to heat it up again for you? Put it in my hand. But pull the sandwich close to himself and try to get away. Looked at me with a hard expression. And the kid crushed the sandwich in his hand, using all of his strength. The wrapping paper burst and sauce flew every which way. It got in his clothes as well, but he didn't seem to notice. He didn't stop there. He took the mangled package and threw it all of his might against the water on the ground. What? What the hell are you doing? Shoulders trembling, the kid kept his face down. He was finally able to drag out some words.
嫌だ。
Uh-huh.
嫌なんだよ。も
Oh.
う、もうたくさんだ。
He's sick of tuna! No more! Everyone looked at him at
僕
once.
はもう嫌だ。パスタサンドなんか食べたくないよ。飽きたんだよ。
No more tuna!
白いご飯が食べたいんだよ。
He screamed. One's breath caught in their throats. Never anything to say in reply.
嫌なんだ。うんざりだ。生きていて。それでどうなるって言うんだ。助かるって。誰が保証してくれるんだ。こんなことしてて。ずっとこんなことしててさ。無意味だよ。僕たちがここにいることなんて何も意味がないんだ。
Kid raised a shaking fist. But not finding a direction to launch it, he lowered it again. Hold on. Let me... Oh, yeah, there we go. We got in here May 1st. It's only been 4 days. That's not that long. Come on, kid. I mean, I get it, but like, not that long. It's only been 4 days. I'm trying to keep their eyes from meeting. It's not like they're afraid of what they might see. Tried desperately to avert their gazes. Nobody moved. People pressed their lips firmly together and dared not speak. Stupid fool, what the hell are you talking about? When I looked up and shouting. Don't ask for the impossible. You have any idea what you're asking? The only food we have to eat are these sandwiches, and what's in the snack shop upstairs. You know that. And you tell me you're sick of it. You still have to eat it. It's the only way to survive. You better be thankful for it. We're all putting up with it the best we can. You're one of the gang, right? Just feel a little more cooperative. They're all being patient. They're all helping out. And if they don't like it, they eat, and they're surviving. If we don't, then we're finished. Wake up. We're all gonna get through this together. As long as we're alive, there's still hope. Suddenly, a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. It was a dull, muffled sound. The floor shook slightly. Everyone staggered slightly and struggled to regain their balance. But nobody tried to do anything else.
わかってる。わかってるよ、たけし。そんなこと。でも、だけど。
Yeah, you're frustrated, I get it.
わかってたって、どうすることもできないんだよ。
Just then, the kid knocked the sandwich out of Yu's hand. Didn't even take a bite out of for Tanaka special. It fell into the water with a splash and sank slowly. Bastard, what do you think you're doing? Went over, grabbed onto the kid, and raised my hand. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Let me just drop a save real quick. I mean, normally I would be like, we probably shouldn't do this, but let's hit the kid. Let's knock some sense into him. You better brace yourself. Whack. Struck the kid hard in his cheek. It hurt. I do have hurt him. My hand even hurt. But more than the pain in my hand, my heart hurt. Yeah, he slapped the sandwiches. It's only fair that he gets slapped. Can't be slapping things without being slapped yourself. Let go of the kid's collar and he backed away slowly. Everyone watched us silently. I did. Tears welled up in his eyes. Kid, look over at Tsugumi. She injured her leg terribly and almost drowned. She had surgery. If it was me, I would have probably died, but she pulled through it. I pointed at Tsugumi. Tsugumi stood silently. The kid timidly raised his eyes to look at her. He soon stared at the floor again. Uh-huh. I mean,
僕には無理だ。そんなに強くないんだよ。そんなに強くなれないよ。生きてなんかいられない。生きていられないんだよ。だったらいっそのこと。
I don't want to make him say the rest. I couldn't stop him. I knew how hard it would be for him to say. Even I wasn't that strong. Owen waited for the kid's next words in silence. They're probably unthinkable.
で、どうしたいの？どうしたいの？あなたは。
Yeah, with this topic, Tsugumi is, it's complicated. Tsugumi took a step forward and stared at the kid. Eyes were unfeeling and quiet.
ねえ、教えてよ。少年がどうしたいのか知りたいわ。
Softly, she approached the kid, one step at a time. Everyone was so caught off guard they couldn't move, couldn't say a word.
どうしたの？言えないの
Tried to say something, but no words would come out of his mouth. He'd also forgotten how to back away. Tsugumi went up to the kid and touched him.
生きていたくないの？
He tried to nod, but his head wouldn't budge.
死んじゃいたいの？
He couldn't respond either.
何か言ってよ。お願いだから。私にはよくわかんないよ。
Tsugumi asked the kid, her tone neutral.
ねえ、どっちなの？あなたは死にたいの？あなたは生きたいの？そう。答えられないんだ。だったらもう二度とそんなこと言わないでね。
It broke down in tears and fell to the submerged floor.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
He suddenly spurred into action, ran over the kid, and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Sora looked down and covered her face with her hands, just trembling. Yoko and Pippi were staring at everyone, speechless. Tsugumi? Not knowing what else to say, I just stood there, looked at her face. I couldn't read what she was thinking from her expression.
たけし、
Uh-huh.
ちょっとこっちに来て。
Yeah? Seeing that I was confused, Tsugumi ran over to me. Eyebrows raised, she glared at me strongly. What was she thinking? Ouch. What are you doing? That hurts.
いいから来なさい。さあ、早く。
Totally clueless, I followed along behind her. She grabbed my ear and mercilessly tugged. Let me go, Tsugumi! Why are you doing this? Ouch! Furiously and doggedly moved forward. She kept a firm grip on me and kept pulling so I couldn't get away. You'll rip my ear off! It's seriously gonna come off! Ah, officer! This is killing me! Let go of me, please! Kept climbing the stairs. She wouldn't let go no matter how I pleaded, so I finally shut up. When I finally made it to the second floor, she let go of my ear. Phew, thank heavens. I mean, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
うるさいわね。やっと黙ったと思ったのに。
I let out a big sigh. What's that face supposed to mean?
見ての通り、がっかりしてるのよ。あなたに。
Furrowed her brow and looked at me. Pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. She looked completely fed up. Tsugumi turned and just started walking away from me. Hey, wait a second. Why? What's with you? Did I do something to you? I went over to her and insisted that she answer me.
違う違う違うあなたはまるで分かってない
Throwing back her shoulders, she picked up her pace. What don't I understand? I mean, things are getting out of hand back there. You hadn't said something, I don't know how it would have turned out. I'm glad you did. Really sorry. And thanks. Hey, wait, Tsugumi. Kept yelling as I chased after her. You of all people know how serious the situation is, right? So how come you're... Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. You're angry at me, right? Why are you so mad? Please tell me. We stopped at the entrance to the hallway.
分かったわ
Uh-huh.
くだらない質問だけど答えてあげる
Okay. All of a sudden, Tsugumi smiled at me. I
あな
flinched.
たさっき自分で何て言ったか覚えてる
Me? Let's see. I was fairly angry, so I really don't remember that well. Might not have been all there at the time. But, you know, I really don't think I said anything wrong to the kid. I'm sure about that.
そう間違ってはなかったみたいねだからよだから怒ってるの
Tsugumi jumped onto the jellyfish gondola. I got on soon after and closed the door. Gondola zipped into the tube and out into the ocean.
冗談じゃない
Ooh. We pounded the shell of the jellyfish with their fist. The expression was one of annoyance again. The gondola swayed slightly as it moved slowly forward.
生きてさえいればいい仲間なんだから協力しろですってそうやって押し付けて強要して詭弁を並べ立てて
Oh, I see.
無責任にも程があるあなたは一体何者なのよよくもまあそんなことが言えたものね
So, what else could I do? It's better than just standing by and watching him sink into despair. It's better to have a little hope than nothing at all, right?
偽善者
Well, you know what? You're selfish and self-righteous. You're always talking like you don't care about anyone. You go around hurting people on purpose and making them feel like crap. Now you're trying to make me look bad.
違うわざわざしてるわけじゃないいろんなことが気に入らないだけよ
Liar. It's not the way you want things to happen in your heart, and you know that. Why do you have to lash out at everything? Why can't you just be yourself for once?
違う素直じゃないのはあなた
I'm always
ひね
myself.
くれ者
It's funny coming from you. This is what we were talking about, but anyway. Why are you so angry? If I did something wrong, then I guess I deserve it. If there really is a good reason, then hey, I won't complain. So come on, tell me. I won't argue with you, just tell me what it is.
知りたいそんなに
Yes, yes I do. Or I wouldn't ask. We sat back down on the gondola. Tone almost returned to normal. Yeah, of course. She hesitated a bit, but soon came to sit next to me. She looked straight ahead. She didn't try to look at me. Because I want to know. Because I want to know what my friends are thinking. Put my hand lightly on her shoulder. I was becoming more and more worried. Maybe she was still trying to be stubborn. So I didn't try to shake off my hand, but just sat
そう
there.
ね私も仲間とやらになったのよね たければ聞けばいい。答えてあげるわよ。私は所詮あなたの仲間なんだから。
Oh, you're mad because we're friends now, huh? That's how I feel about Lamp, kinda. I'm just kidding. I see. Why do you just say it like that? You're not still... She thrust her hand into her pocket and took something out.
たけしはこれなんだか知ってるわよね。
Yeah, it's Chummy. The Durangian hamster. Who cares? Where the heck did you pull him from?
ポケット。
Uh-huh. I know that. It's not what I'm asking. Don't just shove him out and talk about it as a this. Hamsters are delicate living creatures and you should be careful with them.
そうよね。
Oh, is this the scene? I think this is the scene I remember. Oh, okay. Okay.
でもしょうがないじゃない。この子の居場所は他にないもの。
He stood in Skimmy's hand. Touched his nose and looked about the vase inquisitively. Skimmy stroked Charmily so softly with the tip of her finger.
ねえたけし、こうするとどうなるか知ってる？
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Tsugumi grasped both of her hands tightly together. And between the clasps of her fingers, I could see Chemi's soft, form-looking gray fur. His body disappeared entirely in her hands.
どうなるか知ってる？
Idiot! Cut it out!
答えてよ。
Tsugumi started to squeeze harder. Chemi, who had only the tip of his nose visible, turned his beady eyes towards Tsugumi. What are you talking about? It's totally obvious. What a stupid question. You want to talk about stupid questions? There's one for you. Started squeezing more. The space between your fingers got smaller and smaller. Chemi twisted his body and started to struggle. Cut it out, Tsugumi. If you go on like this, Chemi's going to... The hamster looked at Tsugumi and me. At the end, I thought he even let out a small breath. Tsugumi crushed her hands together with all of her might. They pressed together. Her hands were shaking with the effort. Across her fingers, red droplets started to fall.
ねえたけし、チャミはどうなったと思う？
Tsugumi's voice was also
答えて
shaking.
よ。答えてよ。
No. You think I'm gonna answer that? Open your hands. Tsugumi. Open up your hands. Please, just open them up. Now! Her hands were shaking heavily as they opened. Chami... Tsugumi, what have you done? He was dead. His fur was slightly wet. Chami looked like a dirty old wash rag. It was likely that all of his bones in his body were broken. All the blood had probably been squeezed from his body. He doubtlessly hadn't had any time to wonder. It happened so fast. Life had been extinguished.
ねえたけし、知ってる？これからどうなると思う？
Tsugumi! Cut it out! Shook Tsugumi's shoulders violently. Thought for sure that I would knock her down. I forced her to look at me, but Tsugumi was crying, and her lips trembled as she bit down on
たけ
them.
し、どうして答えてくれないのよ。
Shimmy is Chemi is dead. He will never move again. In her hand, Chemi seemed to move faintly, as if he had woken up suddenly. Movements were stiff, barely visible, and extremely slow, but he was actually moving. His heart had started beating again. He started thinking again, breathing again. He shook himself off slightly, fluttered his ears, and twitched his nose. He got up on shaking legs and even tried to stand. However, there's still blood on her hand.
ねえ、たけし、チャミ、どうなった？
Our gunner let the Kool-Aid had passed the engines to the right twice, and we're just starting to make its third pass. One pass wasn't really all that long. Altogether, we'd only been on it for just over 10 minutes. In that brief time, he'd returned to normal, and it was sitting on her palm, staring at the two of us inquisitively.
この子はね、
He was petting Chami softly again with the tip of her finger.
少年とは違うの。あなたとも違うの。見たでしょ？これが現実。チャミはウイルスに侵されている。
Yeah, I see that.
最初に触ろうとした時、チャミが爪を立てた。私の手に噛みついて、チャミは血を浴びた。だからチャミは私と同じになった。
No. No way. No way, I don't believe you. I still couldn't believe her. Or what she had told me about the virus earlier. Or what had happened right in front of me then.
ほら、生きてるわ、この子。
We remembered as she looked
生き
down.
てる。息してるし、心臓も動いてるよ。でも、痛かったよね。苦しかったよね。私、ひどいことしちゃったよね。ごめんね、チャミ。ごめんね。許して。私が悪かったの。でも、生きててよかったね。
Started shaking Chikumi's shoulders again. What the hell are you talking about? How can you say something like that? You just put him through something unimaginable, and now you just say it's okay because you're alive.
違う。
Chikumi brushed my hands off.
あなたが言ったのよ。あの時、たけしが言ったじゃないの。生きてさえいればって。それがどうなの？見たでしょ？チャミがどんな目にあったか、私がどんな目に遭わせたのか。たけしだって今見たでしょ？生きてさえいればいいなんて、そんなことはない。絶対にない。私はそんなの信じない。生きてるだけじゃ生きてるとは言えないのよ。どう？わかる？わからない？たけし、答えてよ。ねえ、チャミにはわかる
Face was pointing down. I couldn't see her expression. I didn't have to. I already knew what it was. She was crying silently. Countless tears fell from her face, like raindrops falling one by one onto the red-stained floor of Kale. Didn't know what to say. No words seemed adequate.
ねえ、私が何回死んだか知ってる？
Trying to say as calm as she could. I have no idea. I could scarcely move my lips as I replied.
私ももう覚えてない。そのウイルスのキャリアは 当初世界でも十数人と言われた。その中でも私は少し特殊だった。2005年8月、12歳の私は父親の仕事の関係で家族と一緒に渡米していた。その頃の私の友達ジュリア、同い年の彼女はアメリカのとある病院に入院中だった。不治の病だと言われていたが、悪性の腫瘍であちこちに転移して手の施しようがなかったそうよ。でも私は何度もお見舞いに通った。友人ジュリアのために。微笑んでいる彼女が余命いくばくもないなんて私は信じなかった。もしも奇跡というものがあったら、もしも私が祈ることで彼女が治るのなら、せめて痛みや苦しみを和らげることができたなら、そう考えた。そんなある日、私は事故に遭った。
Accident. Is that how you got the virus?
病院を出た途端に18輪トレーラーにはねられた。全身を骨折、筋断裂多数、意識不明、呼吸停止、絶望的な状態だけど、なぜか私は死ななかった。そして数ヶ月後、見知らぬ場所で私は目覚めた。
Where am I? The hospital. Which one? I don't really know either. You don't know? I don't know why, but I don't know. My name is Tsugumi. Kawachi Tsugumi. You? Huh? What is your name? Oh, I don't know that either. Sucks, huh?
記憶喪失の少年の隣で私は目覚めた。窓の外は知らない風景。おそらくはアメリカのどこかの空の下だけど、それが地図のどこであるか知るには、それから実に8年もの年月を要した。
8 years.
ずっとそこにいたの。私はその病院に。
Who are you? The physician will be attending to you. Physician? Oh, you mean you're a doctor? Yes, I'm gonna find a cure for your sickness and make you all better. Hear me, I got in an accident and got hurt. No, it's a little different than that. Different. You have a new disease, one that we've never seen before. A new kind of disease. So that was...
いつ何がきっかけでそうなったのかはわからない。だけど目覚めた時にはもう、いいえ、きっと事故に遭う以前から私はすでに死なない体になりつつあったの。
Alright, I'd like to take a little of your blood. Why? Well, it's for research, to find a way to cure you, of course. Research? Your illness is very rare. Rare? There are few people in the world who have it. And of all those people, you're special. Special? Genetic code is being rewritten. It's truly fascinating. You're the talk of our whole medical center. I don't understand. What you're talking about? Hey, don't worry about it. We're gonna find a way to make you better, I promise. Are you going to get some blood? Oh, princess, we just... Hey, don't worry yourself about it. Just give me your arm and we'll be done before you know it. It won't hurt.
たびたび採血をされたわ。その時は深く考えなかった。なぜそんなことをするのかって。病気の治療のためだから。君や君の仲間のためなんだと、その医師たちに言われ続けてきた。
Hey, you there next to me. What? You're sick too, aren't you? Me? Well, Same sickness as me? No, I mean, probably not. I mean, you weren't sure. Yeah, I'm fine, I know. I can... you can. I can see the future.
彼は言った。
That's what he told me.
これから何度も悲劇を見ることになる。だけどどうかその度に落ち込まないでほしい。待つ5年、それから3年、また3年。でも君はそれでも生きていけるはず。だいたいそういう意味合いのことを私に告げた。やがて彼の言った意味が幼い私にも分かり始める。
Tsugumi, take a look. There's a cat and a mouse over there. Oh yeah, they're so cute. I wonder why they're in a place like this. Yeah, those cages are too small. It looks painful. You want to let them out? I wonder if it'd be alright. It should be. Come on, let's do it. Hey, wait. Okay, run out. Run while you can. Hey, what do you think you two were doing? Oh no, the experiment. Everyone be careful. Whatever you do, don't let them bite you. Watch out, they're contagious. They're really mad at us. You opened those cages so fast you surprised me. They caught all the animals again. Yeah, they're right back where they were before. In those cramped, small cages. They're trapped again. Why don't they be locked up that way? Why? I wonder. Why?
それがなぜかは少しずつわかる。ここがただの病院でなく研究施設だということも薄々感じ始めていた。誰もお見舞いに来ないし、誰も退院する様子がない。入院する人だってめったにいない。相変わらずここがどこなのかはわからない。
Huh? They're all gone. You let them out again, did you? No. Oh, well I wonder where they went then. I don't know. But shouldn't they have been kept in such a cramped space anyway? Yeah, maybe the research started the same thing and let them go. No idea. It's no good, we still haven't been able to discover the reason or mechanism behind it. It's happened right in front of me. I still can't believe it. The only explanation I can come up with is genetic transfer. It goes against everything we know about science. They set up the 4 splicings. I think they could take 8. Let's keep testing. Now if we continue... There's no mistaking it, they're still alive. They might even been reacted at 16. But they're not... These aren't living creatures anymore. Is that what you want to say? Perhaps that way of thinking might have been correct, according to our old understanding. We have no idea of the possibilities this entails. That's not right, it's crazy. Oh, the mice are still there. They're so cute. Wait, something strange. 1, 2, 3. Huh, are there more of them? Or less? They put the cats back in their cages? The cover is locked. I can get it off. Huh? What? Hey, kid. Where did the kid go? Answer me. Get out of here. It's time for you to leave.
私がそこを出るまで8年間、ずっとそんな日々が繰り返されたの。来る日も来る日も。私も何度か研究所の人間に呼び出された。彼らは私の仲間だと自ら言った。けれど実際は違った。わけのわからない検査や試験が幾日も続いた。ただの道具のように扱われ、もはや痛みも苦しみも感じられず、元のベッドに帰るたびに私はただ泣いた。隣の少年はついに帰ってこなかった。 たけし、どういうことだかわかる？
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't know, but
説明しなくてもいい？
yeah. It's too painful for you. You don't have to say anything more. He was stroking Chami with a trembling finger. Put my hand lightly on Tsugumi's shoulder. It's like I'd hit with a virulent disease. Become someone who would never age. Since 8 years trapped in a research facility. I can't imagine how it must have been to go through that.
嫌い。おしゃべりな自分が大嫌い。おかしいね。たけしといるといらないことをどんどん話してしまうから。
It's okay, you don't have to talk. I'm so sorry. It's totally irresponsible, what I said back there. It's careless of me to talk about being alive like it's just a given.
同情なんかしてほしくない。今さら。
It isn't like that. It's not like that. Tsugumi was wrong, okay?
間違ってたですって。
She screamed suddenly.
そんなこと言わないで。簡単に自分の言ったことを撤回なんかしないでよ。それこそ無責任よ。
Didn't know what to tell her.
今のあなたは奴らと同じ。分かってないの。仲間って言葉を振りかざしてるだけ。彼女の気持ちはあなたに分かってない。彼の気持ちだって分かっていない。
Made me feel it had been a mistake to say I'd been wrong. No, I wasn't either. The truth was, there was no such thing as being right and wrong.
生きている者はずっと生きるべきなんだと言ったわよね。あなた。私は生きながらえている。おそらく何度も死んで、まだ生きている。チャミも生きてる。でもたけし、あなたは今本当に生きてるの？本当にそこにいるの？どうしたの？私の言うことありのまま受け入れるって言ったわよね。たけしはそう言ってくれたよね。
Bit her lip. Her shoulders were shaking. Looked bitterly disappointed. Frustrating. When she tried to live, she ended up dying. She tried to die, she ended up living. A process that repeated itself over and over without end. It wasn't right or wrong, it was a reality. It was something that she had no choice but to accept. I still wasn't able to accept it.
バカみたい。バカみたい。私。きっとあなたなんかよりずっとバカなのよ。
The gondola swayed. Right at the end of the ride. I had no idea how many times we'd passed by the quale. The door opened suddenly. She got up and quickly opened the door. Tsugumi. Took my hand out to grab her, but she swatted it away immediately.
触らないで。私に触らないで。
Closed the door from the outside. The vessel I was riding on started moving again. Stupid. I muttered to myself. Stupid idiot. I said it myself. I said it to her. I said it to no one and nothing in particular. To everything. Outside the window was the ocean. The ocean closed off from the light. When it passed under the shadow of the installation, the gondola became dark. Inside the darkness, all alone in the darkness, a bit down hard on my lip as I cried. Soon after, it was night. In the conference room, you, Coco, and Pippi were waiting. Even the kid. I felt like the kid had calmed down some. If I'd been gone, it seemed that you and Coco had been able to talk some sense into him. He told me that he'd probably been upset by a recurring memory and gotten worked up in spite of himself. I felt that I'd gotten out of hand and had said some terrible things to myself. Went around to everyone there and apologized. Soon afterward, a report came to us in the conference room, directly from Limit's terminal. You read out the contents to all of us. Third floor, Twitterstock partition schematic. The cosmic whale room had flooded completely. Casualties, none. But in the other rooms, none. Hints of damage spreading, none. Shivering slightly in the cold, I wrapped my arms around my knees, and when I went to sleep. May 6th. The sound of boiling, bubbling oil filled the room. Fried the tuna in silence. After getting up, we all gathered in front of the sandwich shop, as usual. As luck would have it, everyone showed up at the same time. I guess I could have called it lucky. Hardly anyone said a thing. Everyone had calm expressions on their faces and ate silently. There's a strange atmosphere surrounding us. For some reason, it became hard for us to look each other in the eye. Felt like it was the beginning of a bottomless rift among us. At the same time, there's a strange smell in the air. Ah! Smoke coming from the tip of my finger. Smoke, smoke, ah, it's hot! And firmly pressing it against the grill, nicely cut the powder. A juicy smell, not like sausage, was coming from the burnt tip of my finger. Ah, that hurts. Such an idiot. As I blew in my finger to cool it off, I looked around at everyone. They noticed, but they all turned their gazes down. My Pippi was kind enough to acknowledge me. Yeah, Pippi, I burnt myself pretty good. But soon, even Pippi turned his face away from me. Hey. Everyone hated me. I felt totally alone. The sandwich I just finished cooled off. And soon it was no longer palatable. Like the morning after a funeral. Everyone knew why things had sunk so low. Everyone knew, but no one wanted to say anything. A moment of carelessness had opened our hearts to despair. I shoveled the tuna sandwiches in their mouths in silence. After we were all finished eating, I went to the conference room.
皆さんにお集まりいただいたのは他でもありません。一刻も早くお知らせしなければならないことがあって。
Yes, is it bad?
辛いでしょうが、現在の状況を正しく把握する必要があります。取り乱さず、落ち着いて、心して聞いてください。
So I paused for a second. So I looked at all five of us in turn. You, Tsugumi, Coco, the kid, and me. The conference room was silent, but I could hear the sound of water coming faintly from somewhere. Was it water laughing into the hallways? Moments later, I couldn't hear it anymore. The Sora was waiting for that cue. Sora was waiting for that cue. She slowly opened her mouth.
勉強は芳しくありません。
I extended her hand, and a holographic window appeared in the space in front of us. I felt like I hadn't seen her do that for a while.
今のところ、新たな浸水の兆候がはっきり現れている箇所はありません。昨夜のドリッドシュトックのコスミッシャーバル浸水以来、
際立った被害は出ていませんが、その浸水によってレミューを支える支柱への負担は増大しました。フロア間の歪みは大きくなりつつあります。このままいくとレミューはやがて平行バランスを崩し、大きく傾くことになるでしょう。フロア区画の連結部への損傷が重なれば、健在な区画にも各種パイプなどを通して水が侵入してくる可能性があります。つまり油断のならない状況となっています。以前お伝えしたと思いますが、レミューの完全悪化推定時刻は5月7日午前4時30分前後となっています。推定誤差はプラスマイナス12時間程度です。この推定数値には今のところ大きな変更はかかっていません。隔壁強度は一部においてすでに限界を超えつつあるのです。崩壊は段階的に少しずつ、しかし確実に起こります。それはもう時間の問題です。
I told all of us, the calm look on her face. We all swallowed and held our breath as we listened. We knew we were reaching our time limit. We knew a choice but to accept that reality. There's no avoiding the situation.
現在、発電施設は順調に稼働しています。ですが万が一、発電機が停止してしまった場合は、非常電源、蓄電池を使用します。通常は非常灯の点灯とシステムの保持に使われている程度のものですが、2時間くらいは持つものと思います。
As a matter of fact, the way he was speaking only raised tension in our minds. You, Coco, Kid, and Pee-Pee. And even Tsugumi. Everyone was listening calmly to what Sora had to say. No one was panicking yet. Previous night, Tsugumi's yells had pierced my heart, yet the bitter bullet didn't come out my back, but remained lodged inside as a constant reminder. She refused to look at me. Instead, Tsugumi just stared blankly in front of her. Perhaps that was for the best, but I had other things to worry about. Turned back to the situation at hand, listening carefully to Sora's report.
旧来の通信回路については依然不通。脱出方法も見つかっていません。ですが、艦内レムシステムは全力を挙げて皆さんの生命維持を最優先事項とし、そのための環境保全に努めます。また、艦外で操作可能なセンサー、ライト、マニピュレーターなどを総動員し、それらを使っての光波、電波、音波による通信の送受信の可能性を改めて検証中です。
Sora nodded her head, straightened her back, and surveyed the room. We were all silent. There's a look of determination in her eyes.
言わせてもらいますと、これは意地です。私、茜ヶ崎空の意地。できることはわずかですが、皆さんがここにいられる限り、皆さんがここから無事脱出するためのあらゆる手段、方法を私は考え、試したいと思っています。あとしばらくの間、よろしくお付き合いのほどお願いいたします。
Conclude with a serious nod. He also nodded in agreement.
助けは必ず来ます。信じて待ちましょう。
Yeah, really all we can do. Sora's serious expression gave way to a smile.
皆さんが無事救出されることをお祈りします。
The only atmosphere that had been hanging over the gathering light, and everyone started thinking about how they should spend their time. Sora's smile instilled everyone with courage. Grateful that piece of code in Sora's program functioned allowed her to be calm in times of trouble. Transferred to the rest area. Everyone found a seat around the central stage. Riffle ran through the water on the floor. Waves swashed back and forth from wall to wall. This is serious. What are we going to do? I didn't have any ideas. few quiet discussions were going on. Yet from where I stood, it seemed the more people smoked, the murkier the answers became. In the beginning, it was the same debate repeated over and over again. Should we wait for help? Should we seek an escape route? All I could do was look to the ceiling. There's no sign that any bright ideas were on their way to my head. We were just waiting for walls and ceiling to come crumbling down.
どうしたの少年
Hmm?
みんな気をつけて動かないで立ち上がらないで
Deep moan rumbled through the room as the floor began to shake. A wave of fear ran through us. Then the shaking ceased.
ユウ
もう大丈夫だよ心配いらないってねソラ
はい、今の揺れはおそらく海底の熱水噴出口の噴出量が一時的に多くなったせいだと思います。
Her facial coloring still hadn't returned to normal. Everyone looked around the room, changing glances. Just like that, nervous tension filled the room again. Not again. I had to take charge. Alright, listen up everyone. I rose to my feet and shouted to everyone. Listen, just stay where you all are. I'm gonna check the kiosk on the second floor. Everyone looked shocked as I yelled. Some jaws even dropped. They'd been half put off by me. Still, I didn't carry myself with that. No matter how stupid it seemed, I continued. Going above to grab some snacks for everybody. There's plenty up there, and we should still be able to eat it. It'd be a pain to go get it later, and it doesn't make sense to let them go to waste. Alright, we're gonna eat here. And let's have a good time. Oh, that's right. Does somebody want beer?
あの
You raised their hand
お
timidly.
酒はレミューの売店には置いてないはずだよ地上と気圧が違うせいで悪酔いするお客さんがいたらしいから
That's too bad. Well, how many of you look like you could hold your drink anyway? I guess it'll have to be
あ
juice.
たけし
Hmm? Next was the kid who raised his hand.
上から運ばなくても飲み物ならまだタスタ売店の方にもたくさんあるよ缶ジュース紙コップもいるから僕が持ってこようか
Alright kid, you do that.
任せてよ
Kid laughed. It seemed like he was over the events from the day before.
ここも手伝うよ
Excited Coco raised her hand, volunteering.
ピピも手伝いたいって
Great. Alright, let's go and get the supplies.
ソラ時間はまだあるよね
U.S. Sora, this in a small
正
voice.
確なシミュレーションはできませんが、少なくともここは午後2時までは安全です。私が保証します。
Sora replied casually. You nodded and looked up.
少年一緒にタスタ売店に行こうか飲み物ありったけここに持ってこよう
オッケーそうしよ
そうだ
She slammed her fists into her palm excitedly and looked about the
つ
room.
ぐみはどうするのってあれいないねつぐみ
Oh. What? Frantically surveyed the room as well, but Tsugumi was nowhere in sight. Where the heck did she go? And when did she leave?
小町さんは先ほどさりげなく部屋を出て行かれました。2
Hmm.
階に向かったようですけど。
しょうがないなまあすぐに戻ってきてくれると信じますかねクラナリ
Yeah.
それじゃあみんな宴会の準備よろしく
Right, everyone. Oh, never mind.
うあ
Yes. Yeah.
どうしようどうしよう
I'm only throwing out the idea as a way to lighten the mood. Before I knew it, we had ourselves a full-blown party in the making. Oh, whatever. It's better than having everyone moping around. Soon, Coco, Pippi, and I left to get food. We took the emergency stairs.
ハッピプッペポポッペパッペポポッピパッピプピッピパッピピ
So we climbed the stairs, Coco sang some crazy song. Seem like you're in a good mood, Coco.
なんかね、ドキドキワクワクするの。いよいよクライマックス。
Yep.
ヒロインたちの絶対絶命のピンチにさっそうとヒーローは現れる。お嬢さん、大丈夫ですか？お怪我はありませんか？そこまでだ。仮面怪人ドッペル男。悪は許さん。このニュートリのエナジーパワーにかけて貴様を倒す。とうなんて思ったりして。あ、タケピョン呆れたでしょう。呆れ返ってるでしょう。
No.
なんて不謹慎なお子様なんでしょう。ああ、嘆かわしい。親の顔が見てみたいわーとか。
No, no, it's not that. Not at all. I must up for her affectionately.
誰かがね、ここたちのピンチにさっそうと現れてくれるの。そう思ってて、本当にそうなるといいな。ねえ、ここが勝手に思っちゃう分にはいいっしょ。
What? Yeah, you're right. You know, tell you the truth, I'm thinking the same way. I think that someone might come to rescue us. I don't know about the neutrino, the Dorito stuff, though.
そうだよね。
We wanted to believe that a hero was on the way. And that went for Coco, Pippi, and me too. Reached the second floor. I turned down the corridor and entered the souvenir shop. I want to beat in this there.
すぐにここに来てたんだ。
ええ、
I'm shocked to see her. I totally blanked and went
私が
speechless.
ここにいたらいけない？
Tsugumi spit out her words coldly. Just typical way she talked.
そんなことないよ。すぐみんも一緒に手伝ってくれるよね。
ええ、いいわ。仕方ないわね。
Tsugumi nodded
こ
reluctantly.
こどうすればいいの？
そうだね。ね。
Then glanced at me. Didn't say anything and looked away quickly. Her eyes seemed dead. Thinking about it made me sad. 1 hour later, again our party in the elevated part of the rest area. And without alcohol, the party was lively. Kid and I distributed the snacks and drinks to everyone. It's in that you volunteered to provide some entertainment. First, she performed an impression of a strange old archaeologist who had a talent for cracking a whip. Oh, I never heard of that one before. Coco came out in a makeshift sumo outfit and stomped her feet on the stage. Sora kept busy filling the room with hologram projections of rainbows. Rainbow-colored bubbles that floated from the water surface through the air were particularly pretty. After that, Tsugumi joined us. She did a little magic to the show as she dropped her hamster in her skirt pocket, only to have it reappear in her breast pocket. It really impressed the crowd. And I knew about her hamster Chami, and maybe didn't know Tsugumi kept a pet. Then Kid and I performed a comedy skit. We pulled out one-liners and impromptu gags which got huge laughter from everyone.
どうも失礼しました。
Thanks! Kid and I exited the stage with thunderous applause.
もう最高だよ。いやー、堪能させてもらったわ。
恐れ入ったわ。すごいですね。お二人とも。
No, no, thank you, thank you.
ありがとうありがとう。
Actually, I'm surprised that you poked fun at yourself using the truth about you losing your memory as a gag.
そういうつもりでもなかったんだけど、流れでなんとなくね。
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, Guess I've got nothing more to teach you. So go ahead and follow in my comedy footsteps.
ごめんたけし、教わったこともう全部忘れちゃったよ。
Ah, you always forget everything. Oh, that's too bad. Please take notes. Notes. But never fear. I ain't taught you nothing yet.
そうだっけ？
That was about it. Buddy gradually wound down. Then took a trip to the tuna sandwich stand and brought sandwiches back for everyone. Real munched on hot sandwiches. These are so good. Not exactly the ideal breakfast food. Everyone happily downed their meals. Food. If the mood collapsed soon. Thought that'd be everyone's last meal. Everyone understood that, yet said nothing. No. Everyone understood, which is why they said nothing. Tsugumi. After finishing my sandwich, I got up the nerve to speak to Tsugumi.
何か用なの？たけし。
Tsugumi crouched on the stage. I crouched beside her and looked to see what she was doing. There, Tsugumi was drawing something on the stage with a thick marker. As usual, Tsugumi didn't look at me. Well, it's... stopped scribbling for a moment. Decided to come out and say what I had to say. About yesterday. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say, but...
何のこと？言ってる意味がよくわからないわ。
Tsugumi was curt in her response. Tsugumi, you're joking, right? There's no way you could have forgotten. I know I haven't. It's not something you can just simply forget about. Really, it's not something you can talk about casually, but... I just wandered around the room for a moment. And she looked down again at this scribbled she had been drawing.
気にしてない。昨日のことは気にしてないから。あなたももう言わないで。何も言わないで。
She went back to her drawing on the stage floor.
脱出方法を私も考えてるから邪魔しないで。
Tsugumi refused to look at me as she spoke. To that, I felt a little put off. Okay. I stood up and left her there. I walked over toward where Sora was. Hey, Sora.
どうしましたか？倉成さん。
Sora smiled softly when she looked at me. Nothing much. I just have a lot on my mind.
レミには現在各種処理を任せてあります。何かトラブルがあればすぐに教えてくれます。通信も脱出法の検討ももちろん継続しています。ご安心くださいね。
Thanks, Sora. That helps. Guess what time it is? I need to set
お
my...
安いご用です。時刻は
hold on for a second. Took my PDA from my pocket. Just then...
そら、ちょっといい？
あ、はい。小町さん、何でしょうか？
Tsugumi was suddenly standing right between Sora and me. Her smile seemed just a little forced.
話があるの。二人で話したいんだけど。
二人きりでですか？
ええ。お願い。実は脱出についてあなたに一つ提案があるのよ。
え、本当ですか？何かいい方法が？
そうよ。私にならできるかもしれない。本当にできそうかどうか、空の意見を聞いてみたいんだけど。
Huh? Hey, Tsugumi, hold on.
た
Sora
け
is...
しは黙ってて。
Tsugumi held out her hand and just stopping my mouth in motion.
私は空と二人だけで話したいの。構わないでしょ？
はい、わかりました。では、中央制御室で。
そうね。行きましょうか。
They got down from the stage and set off with very serious looks on their faces. Hey, wait, you two, what about us? Why can't you just talk here?
たけし、
He turned around and shot a sharp glare at me. Her eyes were like
黙って
ice.
てって言ったでしょ？
I mean, you did, but Tsugumi turned their backs to me and left together. Zoom suddenly felt silent. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Left alone, pulling up the sandwich wrapper, I threw it as hard as I could. The zipper fell on the water, creating a series of ripples. Yeah, a little littering's fine. The place is gonna be underwater soon. It's fine. You picked up the wrapper out of the water and twisted it with your finger. Who cares? It doesn't matter at this point anyway. Not sulking. He shrugged and let out a deep sigh. I glanced over to the corner of the room and saw Coco and Kid climbing a statue. Looking over at them, you and I sat down on the central stage. Well, because, I mean, isn't like that at all.
前述の事柄に対してつける接続詞なんだぞ。おかしいじゃないのさ。ほらどうした？なんとか反証してみんかい。うりうり。
I was pretending I was fine. Even I knew the reason was obvious. I was worried about her. You let out another fake sigh again. Go ahead. As you wish. Ugh. That time I was the one to sigh. Well, hurry up already. Not angry about anything. And Pippi were playing sumo. Coco was the referee. I was watching them. You spoke.
つぐみの怪我のことなんだけど、急速に治っていく彼女の傷。結局抜歯もしなかったんだよ、あれ。つぐみは変わりなく私たちと同じように生活してるけど、私も気にするまいと思って、とにかく事実をありのまま受け入れてきたつもりなんだけど、やっぱりあれは普通じゃないよ。
Looked down at her feet when she spoke.
つぐみの体質のこと、クラナリは何か知ってる？
No, I haven't. Wait, I might have.
なんだかはっきりしないな。どっちなのよ。
I'm sorry, I forgot.
忘れた？いい加減なやっちゃな。それでも君は男かね。ん？ちょっと、なんとか言いなさいよ。
I was silent. There was something just between Tsugumi and me. And I don't really know enough about her condition to say, yeah, I know something. I was still having a difficult time believing the whole thing. Even when I saw it with my own eyes, part of my brain refused to accept it.
そっかそっか。忘れちゃったんだ。まあ、それなら仕方ないですな。
Have you asked me about it?
さあね。
You said that sarcastically, playing dumb. A serious look formed on her face.
実はね、レミを調査中に医療用のデータベースから気になる情報が出てきたの。ライプリヒ製薬のデータベースから。
The Black Pharmaceuticals database.
救護室で治療の時に使うものだと思うんだけど。
Goku and Pippi Like, hear the splashes from the running echo.
データを見て私信じられなかった。老いることのない体、ウイルスによる変質。
Why would they have access to that kind of information? And in a theme park?
常識をはるかに超えてる。もしかしたら何か関係あるのかもしれない。データベースには症例の記録がいくつかあったの。つぐみと同じような症例の報告。一般にはまだほとんどその事例を知られていないウイルス性の疾患。
What? Hey, hold on. How come the Mew has that kind of information?
知らないよ、そんなことは。分かってるのはそのデータとウイルスの名前だけ。
The name of the virus?
名前。
I think I know what the name is, but what's the name?
その名は
Uh-huh.
キュレイ。
Oh. Never mind. Here. Pondered the word for a moment. Just then...
みんな大変だ。
Uh-oh. Kid came running into the room, yelling. Kid, where the hell did you just go?
大変ってどういうこと？
いいから来て、止めなきゃ。
Kid was breathing heavily, yelling between breaths. Stop what? Hey, explain what's going on.
何があったの？
Token 50 came over to see what all the commotion was about.
中央制御室。空とつぐみ、あれから随分経つけど戻ってこないから、見に行ってみたら、ひどい口論になってて。僕見てらんなくて、それで。
まずいね、こんな時に。行こう。止めようよ。
Yeah, we'd better hurry. The kid, Coco, PP, you, and I. We sped along the across the wet floor to the control room. Push the button to open the door. We burst into the room. Tsugumi and Sora were in the middle of an argument, so intense that it seemed they might start going at it hand to hand. I mean, not a physical fight, but like an argument though. Neither one would budge. They just glared at one another. Looked as though they had been fighting for several minutes. The room was filled with tension.
ドリットシュトックの下にフロアはありません。降りること。嘘。あなたは嘘をついている。クバレから下を覗いたり、あなたの目を盗んでレミにアクセスしたり、時間がかかったけどね。ようやく確証が持てたの。レミューにはさらに下の階があるって。レミューとは別の施設。それがこの真下にあるの。ね。そうでしょ。その問いにはお答えできません。そう言わずに答えてよ。チューリングテストをしてみて、あなたが本物の AI だってことはよく分かったわ。だとしたらプロテクトでブロックされていない限り、人間に聞かれたことには正直に答えてくれるはずよね。それがあなたの機能なんだから。通常のエレベーターやリフトではあそこには行けない。唯一の経路は閉ざされた扉の部屋につながってる。その部屋、ヒンメル。それは空。あなたの名前でしょ。このままここでじっとしていても何にもならない。時は一刻を争うの。扉の先に真実はある。あの扉、ヒンメルの扉のパスワードを教えなさい。空。確かにヒンメルはドイツ語で空。私の名前です。ですが小町さん、私にはあの扉を開く権限がありません。残念ながら。嘘よ。嘘じゃありません。大した人工知能ね。私をたばかるの？人間を騙せると思ってんの？嘘じゃない。本当なんです。私にはあの部屋の先にあるものの情報は何も与えられては。やめて。やめてよ、二人とも。
Both of them flinched for a moment, but continued to look better.
ココちゃん。
ココ。
やめて。ね、お願いだよ。
これは私たちの問題なんです、ココちゃん。
どきなさい、ココ。怒るわよ。
どうして？つぐみんも、そらさんも。やめようよ。なんで喧嘩するの？
喧嘩なんかじゃありません。
喧嘩じゃないわ。
嘘だよ。
I mean, they are lying. Legit, though. Much tears welled and flowed from Coco's eyes. The tears had a freezing effect on Sora and Tsugumi. Coco started gasping. She suddenly ran to the corner of the console. Or rather, fell there. She leaned against the console, barely able to support herself. Coco's body was shaking slightly. Lips trembled. I see that her lips had rapidly gone pale. It was different than crying. Coco. Hey, what? What's up with you all of a sudden? His lips were suddenly stained red. He'd opened his eyes wide, shocked. Ugh. That's not good. That's not good at all. It was flowing under the floor of the control room. It wouldn't stop. It kept falling from her
どう
mouth.
したの？ココちゃん。
Coco shook her head and trembled violently. She had her hand to her mouth, desperately trying not to cough.
なんてこと。これは、この症状は。
Coco looked. She was about to panic.
症状？そんなのどうでもいい。
We screamed furiously.
わからないの？このままじゃココが。
ココ、しっかりするんだ。
クラナに、どうしよう。どうしよう。
Wait, don't panic. Everyone just calm down. I screamed in a loud voice to everyone. Calm down, calm down. Oh wait, I may need to calm down too. Everyone took a deep breath, trying to settle down. Oh, just relax. You're gonna be okay.
しゅう。だって。
You're really not. Sending your trembling eyes, Coco looked at me firmly. Alright, okay. Good girl. Hang on to me, Coco. I turned around and thrust up my back toward her. Can you get on? Maybe looked at Coco worriedly. I'm going to the infirmary and Zoltar.
了解。
There was holding on to Coco. Rushing up the Zoltar stock, some 17 meters above us. I had Coco on my back, with you and Tsugumi supporting her from the sides. Zor led the way, and the kid brought up the rear. We emerged the second floor emergency corridor. Which way is it? Left or right?
このまままっすぐ。
Okay.
あんまり乱暴に走らないで。揺らさないでよ。
I know, just pipe down, would you? I was groaning in pain on my back. I could still make it. There's no way I was going to fail. I wasn't gonna say it's no use, we're too late. I wasn't gonna let anyone else say it either. As long as there was some hope left, I wouldn't give up. Took a shortcut to the nearest elevator and rushed Coco to the infirmary.
スキャンをかけるから、台の上に寝かせて。
He pointed to the LMRI. Tsugumi and I laid Coco down on the flat table. Coco continued to breathe in a short, sorrowful manner. Although she stopped coughing up blood, she seemed to be in a lot of pain. Her body lay still. The arm of the LMRI soon came to life and started a laser scan. Kid came up to the side of the table and stared at Coco as if he would burst into tears. So I put the results on the screen so everyone could see them.
はい。
Suddenly, a few holographic windows appeared in the air. Images including a thermal scan, ultrasound analysis, cross-sectional representations of her body, laser sampling were all displayed one after another. Of course, none of us were doctors, so there's little we could understand about her condition by looking at the pictures. All we could do was wait for the scan equipment and limit the system to give us an answer. We stared at the images that flashed by on the screen and prayed. Then, the result suddenly appeared. Ref Blau 2017 Rev 17.
ティーフ・ブラウン。
What did you say?
そんな。
Sora hurriedly shut down the holographic window. She very lift and stared down in shock. Christian showed how serious the situation was.
ど
Sora,
うしたのよソラ。言ってくれないと、教えてくれないとわからないよ。
信じられない。そんな信じられません。
what? What don't you believe?
ココちゃんは感染しています。
感染？
What?
それは
I was unable to suppress her agitation and opened her mouth hesitantly.
ティーフ・ブラウン。強力な致死性の高いウイルスです。
ティーフ・ブラウン。
Teeth Blau. The virus was totally different than the one Tsugumi had.
ここ
The kid ran over Tsugumi's side and held him to the
し
table.
っかりしてよここやだ死んじゃ嫌だ
Held in the Coco's arm as she lay there unconscious.
目を開けてくれここ頼むよ起きてくれよ
He grabbed hold of Coco's shoulders and shook her violently. Hey, cut it out! Stop it, kid! I pried his hand off Coco and pulled him away from her.
何すんだよ
Jackass, calm the hell down. What do you think that's going to accomplish, huh? Bad.
ここが
It's apparently bad. Everybody's very shocked at it, so I won't get more details, but it's very bad.
このままじゃここが死んじゃうよ
He had groaned in despair. Calm down, there's gotta be something we can do. Don't get crazy, let's just calm down and think. He had somehow quieted down. He breathed heavily and glared at me. What do you think we should do, you?
そんなこと言われても、私にはわからないよ。ソラ、何か対処法はないの？
応急処置でしたら可能です。ですが根源的な対策には。
応急処置で構わない。早くしないと。
She stopped herself just sort of screaming, but
お願いソラ。あなただけが頼りなのよ。教えて、方法を。
アンプルを、症状に対応したアンプルが必要です。
アンプル？どれなの？
それがこの部屋にあるかどうか。
そんな。
he went to the wall and opened up a shelf filled with medical tools. He repeatedly asked Sora about the contents as she tore through them.
これは？
いえ、
これじゃないの？
違います。
こっちは？
それではありません。それも違います。
He dropped bottle after bottle of medicine on the floor. Many of them exploded into pieces when they were hit.
どうしよう。どうしたらいいの？答えてソラ。
残念ながら。
He came over to me and whined softly. You mean throwing medicine on the floor? I mean, true, but it's fine. Sora's face suddenly changed
ピピ
colors.
ちゃん、それをください。早く。
Huh?
ピピちゃんが口に加えているそれです。
What? What? quickly snatched whatever it was out of Pippi's mouth and lifted it up. This?
アンプル
There's a transparent capsule with orange liquid inside of it. How do we use it?
先を折って開封してそのまま中身をココちゃんに注射してください。
Okay. You, do your magic. You ran over to where I was and grabbed the serum out of my hand. Go ahead with a shaking arm. You silently inserted the syringe into her arm and administered the serum. After a few minutes, now that it was gradual, Coco's breath became more even and the tremors in her body settled down.
効果あったようです。体調はある程度持ち直しました。危機は去りましたよ。
I mean, I feel this way with the other I'm gonna butcher this name. Uzukochi's name, Uzukochi games. I feel this way, but like I just, you know, we get some answers, and then just big giant questions just appear, and it's like, hey, I'm here now. Big giant question to be answered. I'm like, oh, all right, hello, welcome to the party. Get on the list of things that I don't know, and I will not know probably for a while. It's great.
よかった
Both you and Sora looked relieved. You looked as she was about to cry. Kid looked up and let out a big sigh of relief. Tsugumi stared at Coco in silence. Hey, Pippi. Who would have thought you'd find the serum? When did you get this? Where'd you find it? Pippi whined wistfully. Alright. Everyone gathered around the LMRI where Coco slept. Sora, tell us what you can about the Driftblood virus. That's the first time I've even heard of it. Does anyone else know anything about it? I asked the question. You, the kid, Tsugumi, even Pippi, all shook their heads. You said it has a high mortality rate. I don't have any idea when or how Coco got this. You don't have any idea when or how Coco got this, do you? I don't care if it's only a guess, or if you give me only the limited data you have. I just want to know. Coco came down with this out of nowhere. Doesn't help the rest of us to be ignorant.
そうですね。
Sora got a strange expression on her face. After thinking for a moment, she gave us a wholehearted explanation.
わかりました。ティーフ・ブラウンに関して私が語ることのできる情報のすべてをお伝えします。
A heavy silence descended upon the emergency room. Every once in a while, the sensor from the MRI would sound out Coco's vital signs, blowing noise to echo through the room.
ティーフ・ブラウン。
Sora started talking
ティ
softly.
ーフ・ブラウンはレミオの下にある研究施設にて研究されていた極めて致死性の高い悪性ウイルスです。
研究施設ここの下に
His eyes opened wide.
EBF と呼ばれる施設がこの真下にあります。
EBF やっぱり
We frowned.
決定的な事態を目の当たりにしてしまっては、さすがに人工知能の機密保守命令も解除されたか。人一人の命がかかっているもの、黙ってはいられないみたいね。ごめんなさい。どうぞ続けて、ソラ。
Shaking your head lightly, Tsugumi let out a sigh.
はい。テーマパークレミューの運営母体ライプリヒ製薬、そのライプリヒが設立した研究施設が EBF です。
I see. So, Lemieux is a side venture to hide the biological weapon research you're doing? Okay, alright, good. wonderful. 119 meters below Lemieux, there were thermal C4 vents. Living there were special microbes, which couldn't be found in any other environment, and the Black Pharmaceuticals created a research institute in order to study them. It was called IBF. Institute for Biological Forschung. Translated, it meant Institute for Biological Research. Lemieux and the research facility. Of the two, the first to be built was the research facility. Building a theme park was apparently just a front. Researchers at IBF were listed as managers of Lemieux and were able to come and go as they pleased. That way, no one would suspect that there was actually a research facility present. At the same time, they could also get much needed funds for research. They set up a successful theme park. They get pretty much all the money they needed to run the research facility. So the Black Pharmaceuticals continued to carry out research into bacteria and viruses in the bottom of the ocean, 119 meters underwater.
EBF のことは極秘事項なんです。ライプリキの中でもレミューの中でも知っているのはごく一部の人間だけ。EBF とレミューはコンピューターシステム上も別管轄になっていますし、私にも関連の乏しい断片的な情報しか教えられていなかったのです。今回の件で分散された情報を統合して初めて EBF が実在することをはっきり確信しました。
とにかくティーフ・ブラウという未知の悪性ウイルスがあって、レミューの下の研究所でその研究は行われていた。それはおそらくそのティーフ・ブラウの治療方法を探るため。
ええ、おそらくそうです。それから EBF にはこちらの救護室よりもはるかに充実した医療設備が整っているはずです。あくまでレミのデータベースからの推測ですが、EBF の診療室には最新型の高圧酸素治療装置があるようです。その治療装置を使えば白血球の殺菌作用が増大します。ココちゃんの症状をある程度緩和することができるかもしれません。症状を抑える効果のあるアンプル、先ほどのオレンジのアンプルも新たに入手できるでしょう。
IBF. Can we go there? How do we get there?
待って。
Interrupted with a shout.
ちょっと待ってよ。おかしいよ、そんなの。どうしてココはそのティーフ・ブラウとかにかかっちゃったの？
That's the question, isn't it, kid? Where would she get it without going down there? I don't know.
そんな恐ろしいウイルスにいきなり感染してるなんて、なんか変だと思わない？
It is.
そうね。でもココを治療したくてもこの場所ではこれ以上手が施せない。治療法の手がかりはその研究所 EBF にしかないわ。理由を探るのは後回し。もっとも空の言うことを全面的に信じればの話だけど。
You know, it's probably good to, ask. I mean, I assume Sora would have said it if she knew, but how do you get that? How do you get the virus? How do you get this particular disease? Because, well, maybe we'll get it ourselves and find out.
込み入った嘘をつけるほど器用じゃないはずよね。さっきは疑ってしまってごめんなさい。私は信用するわ。空のこと。
Tsugumi smiled slightly.
はい。ありがとうございます。
Sora nodded sincerely.
私も信じるよ。何よりここでこのまま手をこまねいてばかりいられない。取り得る最善の方法を考えましょう。
Looked at you and Sora and then
そ
nodded.
れで納得してくれる？少年。
そうだね。わかったよ。
Alright, okay. It was decided then. Going to IVF. It's the only chance we've got at saving Coco.
でも EBF に行くにはヒンメルを通らないとヒンメルの扉は開かないんですよ。
Don't care, we're going. We don't have any other options. Show me the way. Might not work. But we don't know unless we try, right? Hey, kid, give me a hand.
はい。
I picked up Coco's inert body and carried her piggyback. I mean, couldn't we, couldn't we try, using the, or did we lose that? The, not the power torch? Yeah, the power torch that Tsugumi sunk that other egg elevator with. Could we use that to maybe, you know, open the door or something? I don't know. Went down the lift and then to the craft emergency corridor. Tsugumi and the kids supported Coco, who's on my back on both sides. No hippie went on ahead. He brought along a first aid kit just in case. Ready for a Jutterstock, some 17 meters below. Made it to the 3rd floor. Ran as quickly as we could go. But the locked door was waiting for us. Using the strength we had, and all the power of our prayers, we flew forward. Here we are. I was up in front of the door. Really put Coco down and leaned her against the wall. Kid went to Coco and through his shoulder. Himmel. The door that wouldn't open. So I'm just asking to make sure.
何でしょう。
What does Himmel
ドイ
mean?
ツ語で空、それに天国。
Heaven, huh? I'm sure I'd given an ironic name. So the question was, how in the world were we going to open that door? Let's pop a save real quick. Let's ask Tsugumi. Tsugumi, do you think there's a way to open it up?
何言ってるのよ、たけし。私もそれがわからないから困ってるんじゃない。
Ah, oh, yeah, right. Thinking for a bit, Tsugumi asks Sora a question.
この扉が開くときにどういう動作が行われるのかわかる？
そうですね。推測してみます。正しい解除キーが入力されると、そこに埋め込まれているハッチのレバーが立ち上がるはずです。レバーを回転させることで扉のロックが解除されます。ただし現在はこのレバーは飾りです。回転は電動で自動的に。普段はモーターにロックをかけてあるようです。
そう、本来は緊急時には手動で開けられるようにしてあったのにわざわざ使えなくしたんでしょうね。だとすれば
Call it a flathead screwdriver. Where'd you get that from?
もしレバーを取り出せれば手動で開けられるかもしれない。
And to insert the tip of the screwdriver into the gap between the door's panel lines. And it's gonna jam the screwdriver in with all their might. Try to dig out the lever buried in the hatch by force. The LA screwdriver crushed like a piece of candy. The lever bulged slightly towards the source of the door. However, the screwdriver bit into 2 equal parts from its handle. And the lever snapped back into place.
仕方ないわね。
We threw the bit screwdriver on the floor. What next? You got any ideas? Hey, you. Is there any way to get around this lock that you know of? Huh? Where'd you go? Oh, do a jump kick! Eh? Turning towards the voice coming from a few meters behind me, I saw you throw down the first aid kit she'd been carrying. Huh? Ah! She came hurling towards me as if possessed. She looked furious. I stumbled back away from the door. A perfect flying dropkick, she She threw open the panel. She threw open the panel to the electric lock. What are you doing? It's not time to be goofing off. You shouted as she leaned over the painting. It's a little extreme. I'll know about it. Does it look like it's gonna open? Neither the door nor the panel had changed at all. She began hitting the lock with the renewed vigor, noting strange noises. But all the lock did was make error sounds and politely asked for her to re-enter the password. In the end, you ended up with a sprained finger and went back to the first aid kit. Damn, what are we gonna do? Coco was being supported by the kid. She couldn't stand by herself. She soon hunched over on the floor. I tried blowing up again, but the face quickly drained of all color. This is bad. If we don't get in there quickly.
Öffnen Sie die Tür von Himmel.
Excuse me? Only a voice that I hadn't heard before sounded from the corridor. What's that announcement? Sora flashed open her eyes and shouted. What? What? Exactly. The access indicator light for the electronic lock turned green. Its lever raised and turned automatically. The door opened suddenly. Stagnant air poured out of the room. For some reason, the humidity felt like it was lower than outside. The air conditioning was humming quietly. It was white. It was pure white inside. Minus of the wall and floor was hypnotized by the brightness of the lighting. It seemed to leap out at us. Himmel, it didn't necessarily seem like a mistake to name the room Heaven. Machines displayed with nameplates with Himmel written on them. It seemed that we're in the computer control room. Hey, there's someone here. Did he open the door just now? There's a single person in the room. There's a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat. And blood was coming from his mouth. He had passed out at a console. Hey, buddy, are you alright? The man didn't reply to me. He just lay there motionless. Who is this guy? Sora, do you have any idea who this is? I put my hands on his shoulders and raised him to a sitting position. Looked over his white clothing to see if he had any name tags or had a way to determine his name. But he didn't have any ID card or nameplate to check. Hey, are you one of the staff from the research facility? Breathing faintly, the researcher replied. He seemed to be unable to open his eyes and searched for me by voice. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto me. His hand was covered in blood. Blood trickled from his mouth. He smiled royally. Hey, don't strain yourself. You don't have to talk. What happened? Did something happen down here? After that, he was silent. Hey, hang in there. He took shoulders, but he didn't reply. Okay.
彼も一緒に連れて行くしかないでしょうね。
I wonder what was going on. More importantly, I had to hurry. I didn't have a clue what was going on, but I couldn't worry about that. We had to get Coco to IBF right away. You had been waiting at the entrance to Himmel and went inside with Pippi. He had followed behind, carrying Coco. There had an electronic lock on it, so we left it open.
皆さん、この部屋の奥にもう一つ部屋があります。見えますか？
Yeah.
わかるわ。
They all nodded. There's another room on the other side of the glass in front of us.
あれは eBayF 用の加減圧室です。
Bro straightened up and explained the situation without emotion.
私の持つわずかなデータから判断しますと eBayF には通常のレミオよりもさらに高圧のガスが封入されています。その方が特殊な細菌の研究に適しているということもあるのでしょう。eBayF の内部気圧は実に約 12.5 気圧。皆さんにはあの部屋に入っていただきます。そして加減圧室での約1時間の加圧が完了次第、専用リフトで eBayF へと加工することになります。念のため申し上げておきますが、ここから先は容易に後戻りすることはできません。皆さん、心してください。
Can't go back. We've got to make a decision. Wait just a second. Hey, wait just a second. As I said that, Tsugumi glared needles at me.
どうしたの、たけし。まさかこの後に及んでおじけづいたりしてないでしょうね。
No, that's not it. Going to spend an hour stuffed into that little room. I just wanted to make sure everyone was ready. You know, check to see if everyone had gone to the bathroom. Brushed their teeth, taken a shower. If you're going to bring a snack, make sure it's reasonable. I heard the two rather large sighs.
こんな時にもそんな冗談言っていられるあなたって正真正銘。
倉成さん、1時間くらいでしたら皆さんきっと我慢できますよ。それより急ぎましょう。
It seemed that everyone was tired of my jokes. I just wanted to put everyone at ease. Okay, alright. Let's get moving then. I said that again. You, the kid, Tsugumi, Sora, and Pippi all nodded in unison. Then you held the unconscious Coco between them. Drew and I picked up the researcher. We took up the rear. We were lined up at the transparent sliding door on the far side of the room. So we used the control panel and a terminal to open it up. Both of us entered the room together. The panel of reinforced glass lay in between the control room and the compression chamber. Precisely, a chamber was set in the middle of the room. Been constructed there. We brought Coco and the researcher into the room first and sat them down on chairs. Both of them had ragged breathing and they looked to be in pain. Their faces were extremely pale and sickly. We need to hurry. I hate to waste an hour there. You, the kid, Tsugumi, and Pippi all stood in the open space available. Alone in there was fairly crowded.
加圧が完了すれば部屋の奥の扉が自動で開いてリフトへ行けるようになりますから。
For some reason, Sora didn't enter the room, but spoke to us from in front of the entrance.
加圧は最速で行います。ちょっと辛くなるかもしれませんが、なんとか我慢してください。
And saying that, Sora went to close the door. Sora, what's wrong? You aren't coming with us.
いえ、私は。
Come on, let's get started. What are you waiting for? Casually reached out towards Sora. I knew I couldn't grab her, but I did it anyway. Over. As soon as I tried to touch her, sparks flew into the air. It was as though a shock had gone through me. A transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of the door. There's a red wall of flame. What? Alarmed, I drew back my hand and the door closed. Sora, what
ここ
was...
から先はコンピューターの管轄が違うんです。
Heard Sora's voice talking to us calmly over the speaker of the compression chamber's intercom.
私はあくまでレミの機能の一部ですから eBayF には降りられないんです。残念ですが、ここでお見送りさせていただきます。
All the fire had vanished. We're in the compression chamber, shut off from the rest of the world. Sound of pumping gas, which is slowly raising the air pressure, could be heard throughout the chamber. Hey, everyone, take out your voice converters. They'll get in the way when you're adjusting to the pressure. Everyone did as I said and removed their voice alternators. I took out Coco's myself. I checked the resourcer. It didn't seem like he was wearing any. After that, hardly anyone said a word. We were all waiting for the time to pass. Sora could be seen outside of the chamber's window. He didn't move, only stood and watched us. And then... the lock from the door on the far side of the chamber clicked and released. But a subtle change in pressure and the lift down to IBF opened. We all filed into it one
そ
by
れでは
one.
皆さん、どうかご無事で。
We could hear a voice from the speaker on the other side of the room. But we couldn't see her. I wonder if I would ever see her up close again. Cocking my head to one side, I pressed the voice alternators back in my ears. Everyone got aboard the lift. And as soon as the doors closed, the elevator started sliding down.
Tiefe, 70 Meter. Tiefe, 80 Meter. Tiefe, 90 Meter.
Be below heaven. More heaven, or...
Tiefe, 119 Meter.
The door to the elevator opened. The passage extended in two directions from the elevator room. I went in one of those. Everything was totally dark, and I could hardly tell where I was headed. Carefully, I took a step forward. Suddenly, as if someone had noticed our arrival, the lights went on in the room. Is someone there?
勝手についたみたいだったけど。
センサーが反応してコンピューターが照明を操作した。
わからないけど、あり得るね。
Seeing that there was a pool where a small submarine could dock. It was a 2-liter structure, but there was no sign that the seawater would flow in. It's a little hot in there, but it seemed as if the air conditioning was still working properly. Perhaps the place was even more comfortable than the flooded winter stock. But there was no sign of anyone. Anyway, let's get to where we have to go. I opened a watertight door at the other side of the room and continued deeper into the installation. The passageway, the same size as the Muse emergency corridors. No, maybe even smaller, led off into the distance. For some reason, the whole place seemed colder, less alive than the structure above. As we continued down the corridor, lights would go on automatically a few meters in front of us. Well, it certainly seemed computer-controlled. As we continued moving, the lights followed us, lighting up only the areas around us. The corridor branched off in a few directions, but all of them ended at watertight doors that were closed. I wonder if IBF had entirely flooded, except for one part. Anyway, the number of areas that we could enter was limited. Luckily, we found the examination room right away. Willie turned the handle and opened the door. You and the kid laid Coco on a nearby table. Skew and I slowly lowered the researcher down onto a chair. There were a few ordinary beds in the examination room, and the same kind of LMRI that we had found in the Muse infirmary. There were numerous medical instruments that look like things you might only see in a science fiction movie. I remember what the world they were for. I had no idea. Hey, you, where's that high-pressure oxygen thing Sora was talking about?
わかんないよ、そんなの。
Tsugumi, what should we do?
調べるしかないわ。ここのことは誰も知らないんだから。
待て。
The researcher coughed as he spoke. Hey, don't move. Are you okay?
無事とは言えんが、まだ生きてるよ。
His eyes closed, he raised his hands weakly in
この
response.
匂い。ここは eBayF か。戻ってきてしまったな。
So you were working here. Well then, there's something I want to ask you. Looking for some kind of high-pressure oxygen treatment device. We've come as far as the examination room, but we don't have a clue what to look for. Can you help us? Please.
酸素治療。ああ、ポッドだな。合金製のカプセルがあるはずだ。中にマットが敷いてある。円筒形の柱にくっついてるやつだ。
Yeah, we're looking at them. Yeah, they're right in front of me.
そいつがそうだ。
Hang in there. We found them, so don't waste your energy talking anymore, okay? New blood appeared on the researcher's closed hand as he wiped his
あ
mouth.
とはマニュアルを見てくれ。操作は簡単なはずだ。
Okay, I gotcha. Drink left the researcher's hand. Before he collapsed, I grabbed onto his shoulder to support his body. Let's put him in a pod, and Coco too.
そうね。
You and I got on either side of the researcher and supported him. Brought him over to where the 3 pods were. I pressed the button on the side of one, the hatch opened. Put him down gently inside. I pressed the button again, the capsule pod closed again silently. You laid Coco in another pod. Fetched the pod closed soon after. Did you find the manual?
見つけた。こっちのコントロールパネルで。
You started operating the terminal a short distance away.
酸素治療。セット。
Screens of the monitors attached to the tubes flickered. Both the pods seemed to be functioning normally.
これで大丈夫なはずよ。
Okay. Condition of the people inside the pods was monitored and appeared on the control panel. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate. The expressions on their faces were even visible. I watched them for a few minutes. Coco and the researcher whose name we didn't know. It was slow progress, but they both seemed to be gradually returning to normal.
よかった。
ええ。よかったわ。
Looks like I made it in time. I had a collective sigh of relief. It seemed as if we escaped the worst for the moment. Well, no time to hang around, you know? We didn't know the situation. We didn't know if the situation in IBF was any different than the Mu. There might have been other survivors, or a way out, even communications. We could possibly even find information about TB. It was best to search as much as the time would allow. Everyone agreed, so Tsugumi, the kid, and I went looking around IBF. You had the most medical knowledge, so she stayed in the examination room with PP to look after Coco and the researcher. Because we were unfamiliar with the area, the 3 of us set out together to look around. We walked all around IBF, but since there were only a few places, there wasn't much to see. Most all of the corridor has been blocked off. There were many doors that didn't open. I tried forcing open one of the doors. A terrible smell started pouring out, so I hurriedly closed it again. What I had seen during the brief moment the door was open, the researchers covered in blood had died while clawing at the throats. I really didn't want to think about what had happened there. It wasn't hard to imagine the situation had been the same or worse than what happened at the Mu. The room was empty of people, and there were a few computer terminals there. Operating the terminals, we were able to scan through some of the information left there. There There's some information about Triftblau. Name: Triftblau. Symptoms: fever, chills, headache, aching muscles, loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pains, etc. As it progresses, the patient begins to hemorrhage from the mouth, gums, nasal cavity, the skin, the alimentary canal, and has a high probability of dying. Death rate after contracting the disease: over 85%. Symptoms first appeared similar to that of a common cold. While they may temporarily improve, the patient's condition will again rapidly deteriorate, resulting in hemorrhaging. Incubation period: normally 2 to 7 days. After that point, all the data was corrupted, and it was not clear what else was written. Other than that, we came across some interesting information by accident. Owner of a business log. Via Fizz Registry. Yagami Koko. Koko's name had been listed. Looking further into the file, there seemed to be a personal memo written by somebody. I get to see my daughter for the first time in a while. The school is on vacation, so she has a 10-day break. Been trapped for so long in this tin can doing virus research that I'm jealous. Put aside, when I told her that special permission had been granted her to come down and see IBF, she sent me a happy reply saying she would. We exchanged mail every once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. I'll just be happy if she hasn't forgotten what I look like. T.Y. T.Y. I thought they were probably the initials of Dr. Yagami, Koko's dad. It's meant that Koko would visit IBF once before May 1st to meet her father. We didn't find any other survivors in IBF. The kid, Tsugumi, and I all went back to the examination room. How are they doing? You looked tired as you sat down and faced the pod's control panel. Look at the monitor showing vital signs. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate. They all seem to have stabilized for the moment. Uh-huh. I hesitantly asked you. Yeah, did you find something?
決定的なものはまだ発見されていないみたい。対症療法として例のオレンジアンプルの注射で症状を一時的に緩和することはできるけど、あとは確率の低い自然治癒を待つしか方法はないらしいの。
Oh, that sucks.
それってどういうこと？
It's not good, kid. It's really not good. It's, take this and your symptoms won't be bad for a bit. But also, good luck. Not great. We had trouble finding the words, so Tsugumi took over for her.
そうね。つまり、ココが治るには、ココ自身の免疫機能が頑張るしかないってこと。私たちは彼女をポットに入れて、あとは祈るしかない。
そうだね。そういうことになる。
そんな、ココは治らないの？
It looked like he was about to cry. Nobody said that. Whether she gets better or not is up to Koko's will to live. Kid walked over to the pod where Koko was sleeping.
Koko!
Started to cry, latching onto the pod as though he was bracing it.
あのポットがココをどれだけ助けてくれるかも未知数なの。
You murmured softly as she read the life signs on the monitor.
酸素治療の他にもレーザーでの現金やら簡単な手術のできる機能も備わってるらしいし、使い方によってはハイバネーションすら可能のようだけど。
ハイバネーション？
What's that, you?
わからない。マニュアルにそうあっただけ。
We're gonna freeze people? We're gonna... We're gonna go Vault 101 in this? You're gonna just freeze until until like a 200 billion bajillion years later?
結局私たちには何も分かってない。今は信じて待つしかないの。
Sharper alarm sounded from the control panel monitor. I don't know what it was, but we looked at the monitor at once. We ran over to where we were. An agonized expression came over the face of the researcher. Stretched and contorted inside the cramped capsule. Hey, man! He should have coughed violently and clawed at his throat. And standing in the area around his mouth, stained with blood. The quickly drained from his skin. Breathing became shallow and he groaned in a low voice. Hey, man, stop grabbing at your throat like that. You'll crush it. Sir lowered the hands which he'd been thrashing at his throat with. Hey, man, are you alright? The researcher is barely breathing. He's trying to breathe. Let out a gasp. Wasn't able to bring in air. You put over the manual and desperately searched the control panel. But there's nothing she could do. There's no way for her to keep him alive. She depended on the manual. Then braced both on the pillow and covered her face with her hands. Burst into tears. Tsugumi and the kid gazed at the monitor with strained expressions. Fisher's vital signs were getting weaker. Looked though he was smiling. And his eyes closed. He would never move again. Life readings from the capsule pod went blank, and electronic alarm sounded for what seemed like forever. Couldn't save him. We didn't have the power to save that man whose name we didn't even know. I reached out my hand to the panel and turned off the alarm. How is Coco? You replied in a voice filled with tears. Okay, thanks. We'll have to make sure he gets a proper burial. Everyone was motionless for a while. Proof how serious the situation was lay right before our eyes. But time rolled ever forward. I didn't have any more room to play around. Dragging my legs, which seemed suddenly very heavy, I went to check all of the areas in IBF once again. We had to find a way out as soon as possible. After searching again, the only thing we realized was all the escape pods were gone. Fishers had probably used them to get out. There's no deep water diving gear, no oxygen tanks. Meaning, all routes of escape had been cut off. We're quickly approaching the earliest estimated time for the Muse implosion. It was almost May 6th, 9:30 p.m. We finished making our rounds. He had gone back into the examination room with you and Coco earlier. You and I were talking in the corridor. Just so we don't have any other options.
そうね。で、どうするの？
What do I... I'm thinking about it. Tsugumi smiled
た
slightly.
けしって本当に悪あがきが好きみたいね。
This isn't wasting time.
ごめんね。でもやっぱりそうやってる方がたけしらしい感じがする。
Thinking about things that are impossible. I said that Tsugumi puffed up her cheeks.
もう違うでしょ。たけしの意地悪。
Never thought I'd hear you say that. No idea what to do, but I'll find a way out of this somehow. We've made it this far. I left my efforts to sound positive.
そうよね。大丈夫ってやつよね。
Sure, it's gonna be alright. Then roared in the distance. It's probably being transmitted through the water to IBF where we were. Was it the sound of the thermal vents? I wonder if the Mew was still hanging in there. Well, the situation we were in didn't look great. There were still various options available to us. Hey, Tsugumi, about that old guy.
研究員の彼。残念だったわね。
Yeah, but I was thinking, why was the only one left here? Everyone else got out earlier, right? Well, besides those guys that didn't make it.
彼には逃げられない事情があったのよ。生き延びるだけの事情も。
Circumstances.
端末の並んだ部屋で見つけた記録、覚えてる？
Yeah, there were a few of them. Ah, wait, are you saying...
気づいた。あの業務日誌の記録。
No, it was him. Those words has been, take care of my daughter.
あの研究員こそが、おそらくココの父親だったのよ。
Probably. T.Y. Dr. Yagami, huh? You probably knew that Coco was here when the accident hit the Mew.
きっと、そうね。レミューにいるかもしれないココのことを思って、彼は生き延びたのかもしれない。
Leaning against the wall, we watched the waves that calmly lapped the pool. What do you think about Coco's condition? Where did Coco get TB anyway?
そうね。ココは5月1日以前に一度この EBF に降りている。その時すでに EBF で研究していたティーフブラウウイルスが漏れていたとしたら。
What?
ティーフブラウの潜伏期間は2日から7日。ココの発症のタイミングからしても、それなら辻褄が合うんじゃない？
Yeah, I guess you're right. When Coco came to IBF, she was probably exposed to TB somehow. Nodding to myself, I figured that had to be the most probable
た
possibility.
だし、EBF の連中もしばらくの間、恐ろしいティーフブラウが館内に蔓延していることに気づかなかった。やがて感染者が何人も発見され、署内はパニック。手のつけられない状況になった。ウイルスによる死者の続出。我先にと脱出していく署員たち。不足する耐圧式ポット。
Wait, that means... The alarm meant... The name that we heard on May 1st in the Mew was... I can't stop myself from asking. Tsugumi frowned and continued.
恐怖に駆られたスタッフの誰かが強引に EBF からレミューに上がり、通常の体感減圧の手続きを踏まずに緊急通路を開いてインゼルヌルに出てしまった。その通路はしばらく開け放たれたままになった。
And the built-up gas inside the complex quickly escaped, which brought down the pressure. A section of you started flooding, and the watertight doors closed. That's how I ended up getting stuck here.
そうよ。つまりレミューで聞いたあの警報は館内の圧力異常とウイルスの漏洩、二重の意味があって発令された。 そう考えられるわね。
Can't believe it. All I could do is sigh in frustration. That's the reason our rescue team is coming here.
きっとそのせいなのね。
But a sullen face, Tsugumi nodded.
ティーフブラウイルスが外の世界に漏れてしまっては大変なことになる。たとえ生存者がいようとも、ウイルスと共に海の中に閉じ込めておく必要があった。もしかしたらライプリヒ製薬が事故自体を隠蔽しようとしているのかもしれない。私たちがここにいることを知りながら。
Picked the dirty old bottle that was at my feet, let it in the pool, and slowly sunk. And walked around, making stopping sounds as I went. Sounds of our feet echoed loudly off the walls of the narrow corridor. Well, if that's the case, then...
あれって
Well, you know. That means we've got to get ourselves back up to the surface no matter what.
どうして？
So we can tell the media all about what's happened here. That's why. We're gonna put it to the back. No matter what, okay?
なるほど。その息よ。たけしらしくなってきた。
I've hit her cheeks slightly. Tsugumi looked at me. Really?
私もたけしと一緒に。
Huh? Did you say something?
なんでもない。
Was that a genuine? Probably. For some reason, Tsugumi's face was red. Huh? I felt strange and suddenly stopped. I looked up.
たけし、どうしたの？
Tsugumi followed my gaze to the ceiling. There's nothing there. She turned her gaze to me. I'm not really sure, but for some reason it's hard to breathe all of a sudden.
たけし、あなた、鼻血が出てる。
Huh? I really put my hand to my nose. Upper lip was wet with something.
ちょっと、大丈夫？
Tsugumi looked worriedly at my face. It's fine, it's fine. I looked up and wiped into my nose as I replied. I wasn't thinking anything sexual. Absolutely, positively.
別に私、そんなこと気にしてない。
Well, alright then. My nose wouldn't stop bleeding. I look like such a dork.
格好なんかどうでもいいじゃない。
I care. Looking like this in front of you, right?
はって何？ねえ。
He started shaking my shoulder. Too. I had a huge sneeze. Blood flew not only from my nose, but also from my mouth in large amounts. Blood all over the floor and under the wall. Oh. Somehow assaulted by dizziness. It felt like it was spinning. For some reason, I can't keep steady. Well, I didn't feel so great. It seemed funny for some reason, and I laughed. What's with this?
たけし、しっかりして。
Quit shaking me. It's making me feel sick.
ごめん。
No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsugumi.
全然大丈夫じゃない。血まみれじゃないのよ、たけし。診療室に行きましょう。すぐ見てもらった方がいいわ。
Yeah. This isn't a good situation. I need to get a hold of myself. I tried to calm myself down. Tsugumi supported me. I walked down the corridor. Just then, a door flew open in front of us. It was the examination room. Out of it flew you.
Tsugumi! Kuranari! 少年が大変なの!
Her face changed color as she shouted.
少年がどうしたの? 大変なのよ! いいからとにかく中へ!
You noticed the shape I was in, and her face turned pale. What are you talking about? It was sleeping on the LMRI table. Results from the scan came up on the control panel's monitor. Piff blow. Yes, yes. How could that happen? Why? He's been with us the whole time. So where did he get... Why and where did he get TB? I went to myself, finding it hard to breathe all of a sudden.
落ち着きなさいよ。ティーフ・ブラウンの正確な感染経路は私たちには分かってないんだから。
I mean, I have an idea.
たけし、あなたもスキャンを受けて。
Why?
スキャンを受けてよ。お願いだから。いきなり鼻と口から血を吹くなんて普通じゃないわ。
Yeah, I know, but originally I took the kid off of the LMRI examination table and forcibly put me up on it. Using that both my shoulders, she forced me down on the table. You don't have to do that. It's fine. I'll let you check me. First, give me his hands off of me. See, I'm lined up now.
Okay. You, scan お願い。
Yeah. I mumbled about it earlier. But either it's very well. Either being down here gave us all advanced cases of it, or I assume you also has it. I don't know what happened to Tsugumi because she's special, but I assume you also has it. Either being down here is very bad, and we all have advanced cases that's on setting right now, or being around Coco is bad because she gave it to most everybody else. That's all bad. You set up frame the control panel. The scanning light from the laser crawled slowly up my body. After a while, what's it say? My voice cracked when I asked the question. At least say something, you. You stared at the panel without moving.
結果は黒。たけしももう感染してる。
Yep. You read the monitor for me. Really?
残念だけど EBF に来てる。ずっと以前からレミューにいた頃からとっくの昔にティーフ・ブラウンに感染していたのよ。
Pretty much. Remy hung her head and let out a big sigh. Damn it. I stood up from the LMRI. Was assaulted by a terrible dizziness spell. Whoa. What steadied me from falling was the kid. From the looks of it, his legs weren't very steady either. Putting my hand on a wall, I somehow held myself up. You can say that again. He pressed his hand to his face. As he wiped his mouth, I noticed a thin trail of blood there. Yeah, the serum. If they've been handling TV here, they should have some of that. If you use that, then symptoms should lessen. I went around the examination room and checked to see if I could find any of it anywhere. When you hurriedly started checking through the medical cabinets. The kid sank to the floor. He didn't look very good. His breathing was ragged. He had lines of pain etched on his face.
こっちも見当たらないわ。
Two of them were shaking their heads. Damn, what are we gonna do? Hey, Tippy, you seem like you're doing pretty well. I mean, I was maybe coming from me was darting around my legs. His tail is wagging frantically. He's only dropped a few small objects from his mouth. Hey, where'd you get... You ran over to where we were. Picked up one of the fallen objects in front of Hippie. There's a small capsule. Capsule with an orange liquid inside of it. Four of them had fell on the floor. Where'd you find that, Hippie? I don't know if you'd understand me, but I asked Hippie anyway. He shook his head from side to side. Were there any more of these? Shook his head. This is all of them. He nodded. Well, you need to take these immediately. Sorry you, but get these ready. You're the only one who knows how to give shots.
注射器はこっちで見つかったわ、ユウ。
わかった。
Get all the cartridges of serum from the floor and put them on the bed. Being slightly doubtful, you prepared the syringes one at a time and gave the kid and me our shots. You can relax for a little while now.
どういたしまして。
And with his back against the wall, the kid gave you a thumbs up. Or that, he smiled and closed his eyes. He must have fallen asleep. Ju and I carried the kid over to an empty bed. What do you do about Coco?
まだ高圧酸素療法の最中よ。治療は今のところ順調。あそこに入っている限り、症状の急激な悪化はないと思うけど、酸素療法が終了次第、ココにもアンプルを与えましょう。
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah. You should probably give yourself a shot too, don't you think, you?
え、いや、私は。
Next had already been prepared, but for some reason, he was stalling. Oh, here it comes. Suddenly started coughing. Hey, give yourself a shot, quickly. Shouldn't stop coughing. I'm gonna help the syringe started to shake. Her coughing finally stopped. Her hands wouldn't go still. What's wrong? You aren't feeling well. You want me to give you the shot? You want me to give the shot to you? Huh? Too much fun sticking everyone else. You puffed out her cheeks and stubbornly. What are you talking about? Your life's on the line here. You have a choice. Give me the syringe. Reaching out quickly, I latched onto Yu's arm. Scooby, hold her down. Scooby forced you to sit on the bed and held her so that she couldn't move. Stop complaining. Grabbed onto Yu's arm and sucked the needle into it. She's getting a shot. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Stop screwing around so much. We're just giving you a shot. That's a possibility, but like it'll be fine. Stop complaining. You can't do it yourself. Sorry. Shut up. You're gonna die if you don't get it. You idiot. We're giving this so you won't die. He slumped his shoulders. He was throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. Small droplets of red stained the white sheets of the bed. After that, you got scanned on the LMRI. As expected, she'd come down with TB. We didn't have room to mess around anymore. In the end, you wouldn't let me do it, so she ended up giving herself the shot. Playing the whole time with tears in her eyes. Not sure how long our condition will hold with just one shot. Hey, you, do you think we could do anything after it stops working? You're sitting at the computer terminal, silently typing on the keyboard. You, tell me what we can expect. Alright.
とにかくやってみるから。誰かが通信ソフトにロックをかけて、ここから外に連絡できなくしてる。でも 時々外から混戦気味に通信データが入ってくるのを見つけたから、ロックを外せれば、あるいはまともに通信できるようになるかもしれない。何の連絡の手立てもなかったレミューよりはまだ希望があるよ。
True. Alright, so what you got, genius?
OK。
With you for a while and went to look at the monitor attached to the capsule pod. Timmy came over to stand next to me and looked at the monitor.
個々の容体は
He's in serious but stable condition.
そう。
According to the monitor, it would be 4 hours before Coco could leave the pod. But it was full of high-pressure oxygen. Couldn't take Coco out of there until the time had come.
少年もポットに入ってもらった方がいいんじゃない？
Yeah, let's get it ready. For some reason, we couldn't get the hatch on the furthest part to close. It wasn't easy, but I took the dead researcher out of his pod and set him down outside. Dr. T.Y. He was dead. Looked like he was smiling at the very end, but his expression had betrayed his agony after all. Probably best that Coco hadn't seen her father's dead face. Tsugumi sterilized the pod and finished cleaning up. Took away the kid who was sleeping in the bed. Hey kid, the pod's ready. Wake up.
たけし
Slowly opened his eyes. Wide awake, kid. I need you to get in the capsule pod.
え
Opened his eyes wide at my words.
他のみんなは
There's only one pod that we can really use, so you get in.
嫌だ
What?
嫌だどうして僕だけそんな抜け駆けみたいなことはできないよ
Because you're one of the youngest here, besides Coco. It's not like that, it's about how sick you are. You're the most serious case after Coco.
それでも嫌だ一旦ポットに入ったらしばらく出られないんだろ嫌だよ僕はココのそばにいたいんだ
When he got out of bed, kid staggered quickly over to Coco's pod.
みんなが一緒に助かるってわかるまでここを動きたくない
Clung to the pod. Thought about trying to pull him off, but seemed absolutely determined not to move. You stupid brat, what the hell are you saying? In my own exhaustion, I began shouting at the kid. Don't you want to escape? If you want to get out, you have to listen to me. If you get any worse, if you get in the pod, it might be too late.
でも
Listen, there's only one more shot of the serum left. So... What? Wait, why is there one left? All of a sudden, the questions flew. We turned away from the terminal as well.
何言ってるのよ。そのアンプルは個々の分でしょ？
Two men with their face slowly turned away.
そっか。
One's gaze finally rested on Tsugumi.
ねえつぐみ、私あなたに注射をまだしてない。
それがどうしたっていうの？
One with their eyes averted.
さっき忘れたままだったの。少年と倉成にアンプルを注射して、その後私が暴れてそのまま。だから4つあったアンプルは1つだけ残ってる。
Here from the terminal, you spoke acidly.
つぐみ、体調はどうなの？辛くないの？
When I think of it, she didn't have any symptoms. She didn't show any signs of the TB virus. I judged up Tsugumi's old words from the depths of my memory. Highly improved immune system and increased hyperbolic efficiency. Telomeres that continue to rejuvenate. It couldn't be.
スキャンを受けてつぐみ、今すぐに。
Cure virus P carrier. Tsugumi's genetic makeup had been altered by Cure, giving her incredible regenerative powers against illness and injuries. Tsugumi had also been infected with TB, but had already been able to make the antibodies and drive out the virus. Tsugumi had gone beyond the normal human capability. You mentioned that it was special. Successful cases of genetic manipulation were probably exceedingly rare.
キュレイ
After looking at the results from the LMRI scan, you
ミュ
nodded.
ーのデータベースで見つけてそれ以前に一度だけ聞いたことがあったけど
Really?
つぐみがキュレイのキャリアだったなんて
軽蔑してもらって結構よ。
軽蔑だなんてそんな
じゃあ怖い？私が怖いでしょ。ユウ、本当は関わり合いになりたくないと思っていたんでしょ。
そんなことないよ。
You shook her head fiercely.
どうしてそう思うのよ。
だって
You bit her lips and said,
私だけがほらこうして苦しまずにいるじゃないの。あなたたちが血を吐いてやがて床に這うのを心の中で嘲笑っているかもしれないのよ。そういうひどい人間なのよ私は。
You didn't look Tsugumi in the eyes.
そうは思わないよ僕は。
Jinkoko's pod, the kid spoke
つ
up.
ぐみがひどいやつだなんて思っていないよ。つぐみはココを助けたことがあるじゃないか。命がけで誰かを助けたことがあるじゃないか。
だから何なのよ。私は今そうしたことを悔いている。ココは今ティーフ・ブラウンによって苦しめられているじゃないの。ポットの中で苦しんでいるじゃないの。私が気まぐれで彼女を救ったりしなければそんなことにはならなかった。
Again turned away from Tsugumi. Tsugumi, stop it right now. I yelled with all of my might. Ran over to her and grabbed her by her collar. You're still talking garbage like that. Saying things you don't really mean.
本心よ。
Stop lying to yourself.
嘘なんかじゃない。だって事実だもの。私だけが今ティーフ・ブラウンにかかっていない。
Now let go, Tsugumi.
どうたけし。事実を受け入れる気になってくれた？
Tsugumi, by just pretending, smiled and looked at me. Yeah, it is an indisputable fact. Fine, I'll accept it. But you might just help us get better.
なんですって。
Just then, Tsugumi's expression became serious. Well, I'm not a doctor, so I can't really tell, but smallpox, penicillin, snake antivenom. You're pretty smart, so this should make sense to you, right?
まさかそんな。
Interesting. It's our only chance. Body's creating antibodies to the Tifblau virus, so we'll use that. When we get those antibodies, there's a small chance we can fight off Tifblau.
無茶よ。馬鹿げてる。
His expression was getting more and more worked up.
そんなに簡単じゃないのよ。抗生物質やワクチンを生成するのは浅はかにも程があるわ。うかつにそんなことをしてみんなが死んでしまったらどうするのよ。
I mean, it's gonna happen regardless. Took in her breath. That moving Tsugumi's expression turned to ice. Even the kid who had been staring at the ground the whole time raised their heads and looked at me. That's right. If we don't do anything, we're dead. If that's the case, whether we take this risk, no matter how small our chance of survival, Damn it, not another nosebleed. Nosebleed and I'm coughing up blood. Can't believe how lame this is. I've tapped my nose and chin. What? You're gonna laugh at me for being such a dork, Tsugumi. Come on, laugh, Tsugumi. I held up my hand towards her. She's covered in blood.
近寄らないで。嫌よ、私は。
Shaking her head fiercely, Tsugumi backed away.
クラナリ。
She was moving to stand up, but I lifted a hand, signaling her to stop.
聞いてクラナリ。つぐみも。
She opened her mouth to talk from where she was seated at the
こ
terminal.
の診療室の奥に簡単なラボがあるの。遠心分離機のついたアンプル生成用のマシンも備えられている。あれなら素早く正確にティーフブラウ抗体を抽出できるかもしれない。ティーフブラウをスキャンで見つけられるんだから、きっと抗体もスキャンで見つけ出して抽出できるはずよ。
You need to talk in a low, calm voice. Tsugumi, please help us. I'm asking you.
たけし、私に触らないで。
I backed her up all the way to the bed.
そうまでして生きるなんて。一度キュレイになれば戻れないの。どんな目に遭うか分かってるの？
She couldn't go back any further. We searched for the bed behind her with her hand. With Vtuber outstretched hand, she brushed across the only dose of the serum left. If we don't let the cure virus will infect everyone. Even you. You said you were special, right? Please, I'm begging you. Let me take a gamble, but everyone can live. I stood quietly in front of Tsugumi. Legs were unsteady. My vision was hazy. But I stepped forward strongly and stood straight. Looked deeply in Tsukumi's eyes. Trying to look inside to see what lay behind them.
人でいられなくなるのよ。みんなにあんな辛い思いをさせたくはないの。
Large tears slip in her
嫌
eyes.
よ。私は。
I slapped Tsugumi on the side of her face. She clenched her jaw tightly against the pain and glared at me. Just then, I pounced on the remaining dose of the serum, stealing out of Tsugumi's hand. I took it and smashed it into 1,000 pieces on the cold, hard surface of the examination room floor. Let us a little sound and splintered into powdery fragments.
何するのよ。
There's no other way. We've only got one option open to us now.
バカ。なんてバカなことしてくれるのよ。そんなことしなくたって私が逆らえないの知ってるくせに。
Her lips trembling and her shoulders shaking, Tsugumi sank down to the bed. Yeah, I know.
バカ野郎。人でなし卑怯者。
She stood up close to me and began to cry. I don't care what you say. I don't care how much you curse me.
バカバカ。もししくじったら本気で恨むわよ。 たけし。
It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I promise you, we're all gonna get out of this, okay? Raised her voice in a loud wail. Started crying like a small child. Threw away everything that was holding her back and cried with everything she had. Started operating the terminal. The funding machine whirred to life. Tanner also started to move. Wiping away her tears, she stuck out her arm. I gently took her arm and drew some blood. Both times Humi held onto my hand. I continued to cry, letting out sobs occasionally. My consciousness started to fade. I lost all sense of time. It was hard to tell if it was reality or a dream. Was I alive? Was I dead? And where is the me that was thinking about all these things?
もう大丈夫。うまくいったと思う。注射の用意はもうできてる。だからあとはつぐみお願い。
これでもし目覚めなかったら許さないから、あなたのこと許さないから。
つぐみ、どこに行くの？
ああ、私ね、友達を上に置いてきちゃったのよ。迎えに行かなくちゃ。大切な私の友達、ジャンガリアンハムスター。名前はチャミ。
シャミ？
じゃあね。
Woke from my stupor. A stale, cold feeling. As I had been sleeping sprawled out on the floor. Slowly raised my body. Tried opening and closing my fists. Strange. Movement left me with an uncomfortable sensation like it wasn't my own. I shook my head. Tried slapping my cheek. I breathed in the cold air and breathed out. Strange. Inside of my head stayed dull and murky. Dragging myself to consciousness, forcefully reeling myself back to clarity. Putting my hands on the floor, I pulled out my heavy, aching body. My feet faltered, but somehow I managed to stand. I looked around the infirmary. I saw several used syringes scattered on the floor. The kid was still slumped against Coco's pod. Looked disturbingly bad, like completely out of it. Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen. Wonder where she'd gone to. He was half slumped over in the terminal console, snoring away. It looked like she was in some pain, was aspiring in her sleep. Her hand was pushed against the panel as she had been in the middle of typing. On the monitor, auto-repeated strands of letters were lined up without meaning. What the? I heard a strange sound. I inserted the voice converter into my ear. There wasn't a problem with the converter. So I was actually hearing someone's voice over the speaker. Right over to the terminal and removed Yu's hands from it, taking over the control panel. Hello. This is the IVF infirmary. Over. Yeah, okay, loud and clear. Was someone able to force out an answer? Voices called out from the other end of the line. Hey, there are survivors down there. I can't believe it. That's amazing. That's what I wanted to say. Seemed like you had been able to restore communication lines. Yeah, it should be fine. In the examination room, there are 5, no, 6. How long till they get here? Oh, an hour. Coco would be able to get out of the pod by then. Let's hope we had that long. something goes wrong, what do you
レビュ
mean?
ーの核兵器強度はすでに限界を超えている。もしも一部分が悪化するようなことにでもなれば、どこかのエリアが崩落し、沈没する危険がある。いずれにしろ、重量のある破片が落下し、研究所上部にぶつかることが予想される。
You don't say.
もちろん、そのような事態になる前に迅速な救助が行えるよう、必ず救助に向かう。もうしばらく待っていてくれ。
Communications cut out suddenly. Hey, wait a sec. I hit the call button repeatedly, but there's no answer. Damn it, we can't open up communications from this side. I don't have any other choice. Again, reading through the manual on the side of the communication terminal. Mini sub for deep sea exploration. I hadn't found it when we searched the place. Here it is. All the instructions, I used the control panel to call up information on the monitor. A small electric submersible. There's in a separate sealed sector attached to IBF. Specification serves a neutral buoyancy miniature submarine for situation diving. The important thing is that it could be brought over to the pool by remote control. If things get dangerous, I guess they want us to board this. Really went about setting up the remote control program so we can move the submarine at a moment's notice if we had to. Alright. All I have to do now is get Tsugumi and Sora over here. Sora? How are we gonna get Sora here? Let's overcome by our knees. Suddenly a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. The sounds seemed to come from above. An alarm sounded from the terminal, and the screen changed. Warning, flooding has occurred in the Mew. The Mew? This is bad. That means Tsugumi and Sora ran into the corridor. It was only slight, but the floor was trembling. Then I became dizzy again. Losing my balance, I crashed into a wall. Seemed I wasn't completely recovered yet. I didn't have any idea if the antibodies were working or not. Not a clue. I still gotta go. I have to go. Mustered all of the strength I could and staggered towards the elevator. As soon as the door opened, I flew into the lift. The elevator headed up.
Tiefe, 90 Meter, Tiefe, 80 Meter, Tiefe, 70 Meter.
Upward. Elevator stopped. Pressing open the door, I slipped into the preservation chamber. And it just had closed automatically. I pressed the intercom button repeatedly. Sora! Sora! Hey, it's been a while. Noticed how much I'd missed that voice. I looked at Sora as she appeared outside the window. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I came back. What's the damage? Where's Tsugumi? What about the door? It won't open because of the water pressure. How long will it take? I need to know how much time. It's 12 hours. We don't have that long. I don't care. Open up that door now. Don't act fast, Tsugumi is dead. I don't care, you get that door open now! Found emergency escape lever inside the chamber and pulled on it. Kicked the door. There's a horrible noise. All air inside exploded. The body was thrown from the room along with the high pressure gas that had built up inside. I was tossed like a piece of confetti, sliding and rolling along the floor, all the way to the control room. My body crashed heavily against the wall. Ah! 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 Pain wrecked my body. It wasn't because I had smacked into a wall. I kept spewing out my breath. It felt like air kept bubbling up in my lungs. Terrible exhaustion. My body felt strung out. My eyes felt swollen and painful. Muscles in my limbs began to jerk and spasm. Numbness, pain, headache. I felt like I had no room to move. Current astronomers, humans could live for a short period of time even if they were thrown out of a spaceship into space. Fish brought up quickly from the sea depths. The sea level died instantly because of the pressure difference, caused their organs to burst. So was I an astronaut, or? I felt a splitting pain deep in both ears. I felt in my eardrums. The voice converters flew out of my ears. I really held both ears with the palms of my hands and knocked them, as though trying to drain water from them. I couldn't hear what Sora was screaming. All I could do was lie on the floor, trying to suck in air. The fish had been pulled out of the water. 2 minutes passed. The earphones that I had been wearing had broken in half. I got up weakly. I saw some extra voice converters on the edge of the console. I crammed them forcefully into my ears. Tears welling up in her eyes. Sora looked at me with a pained expression. Okay, I'm still alive. This mirror jump hadn't burst. Left Himmel and started heading up. Checked the screen on my PDA. Showed a map of the Mew, and a blinking dot showed me where Tsugumi was. The console at Himmel had installed a program to link data from the Mew's sensors to my PDA. Sora prepared it for me. Don't you stop me, you hear? No matter what you say, I'm going.
決意が終わりのようですね。では、私はこのヒンメルにとどまり、レミューの状態を監視して PDA に転送します。核壁をコントロールして崩落を食い止め、1分1秒でも長く全艦が維持できるように努めていきます。小町さんと一緒に必ずここへ戻ってくるって約束してください。
Yeah, it's a promise. Running up the stairs, I looked down at my PDA again. The life sign in the infirmary wasn't moving. The map showed that the surrounding corridors were flooded and there was no way to access the area. But I knew what I had to do. The area I wanted to go to was filled with water. Because the watertight doors had shut on all sides of the floor, the water had stopped flowing. In that case, I thought I could make it. Went to the emergency corridor leading under the infirmary and dove in. Many times I gone back and forth down that corridor. PDA backlight shined a weak light on the area before me. Even then, I wondered how many more meters it was. My body remembered. And if I closed my eyes, I knew I could make it there. Turning off the light, I propelled myself forward through the darkness. I won't let the darkness overtake me anymore. It wasn't something that I would run away from or be afraid of. I take the darkness inside of me and make it my own. That's why I wasn't afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Entering the room from the hole of the elevator shaft, I quickly climbed into the infirmary. Tsugumi! Tsugumi! She was in the corner of the room, hugging her knees to herself. Her feet was the slightly wet, furry figure of Chemi. She looked at me with wide open eyes. What are you so worked up about, Tsugumi? Came to pick you up. I came back for you. Well, I guess I'm a bit late, but scratched my nose.
バカ、何しに来たのよ。死ぬつもりなの。
Do you want to die? What? Yo, Himmel Patch. I think you thought you would've like fixed this or something. That's fine. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. After another, her tears started falling from her eyes. Listen, I was laughing as I spoke. Came back for something I forgot. Yeah, that's it.
忘れ物。
Picking up Chummy in both hands, she stood up slowly. Yeah, left it here. Silly me. Very irreplaceable. More important to me than anything else. Friend.
どうやってここへ。
Looked at me as though she couldn't believe I was actually there. Well, I'm a good swimmer. Actually, I swam down and back in a 15-meter pool once. I kicked off the wall coming back, but still. Wave my hands to dismiss it. Wait, I think it's beat my record. Hey, do you remember the furthest I've ever swum underwater?
51メートル。
She answered, her expression beginning to break down. Yeah. I think I'd die in a place like this. You think I'd die in a place like this? I mean, I still haven't got enough abuse from you yet. Want to hear what you've got to say from here on out. So, I came for you, Tsugumi.
たけし。たけし。
We ran to one another, reaching out our hands. We came together. She only wiped away the tear drops from around her mouth and my lips. In the center of the infirmary, we held each other close, embracing firmly. Spreading both of our hands, Johnny snorted and looked at us. Alright, let's go back. Together. We softly held Jimmy and hid him inside a chest of her clothing. We had no time to lose. It was only a matter of time before the place collapsed on itself. We had to hurry. I knew that, but I wasn't in a rush. We would make it. I'd never say quit. I'd never say it was too late. I knew it was going to be okay. Pulling on Tsugumi's hand, I flew like the wind.
倉成さん、小町さん、チャンバーの用意はできています。早く中へ。
I went up the sliding door and rushed into the other side of the glass. Went in the compression chamber for IBF. Touching back in a chair, Tsugumi struggled to catch a breath. I think I'd be able to move for a while. Sorry, you're coming too. What's wrong? You can't come out or what? The door of the room shut automatically. Compression started. Sora rested silently outside of the chamber. Sora! Sora opened up the door. Once again, I reached out to the emergency lever on the side of the door. She just stood there without moving. She wouldn't make it. Water. Water was flooding into Himmel's control room. The ridge broke up and disappeared. A fog enveloped Sora, covering her over. She disappeared without a word. An hour later, the room on the other side of the compression chamber had already filled with water. Compression finished. Yui and I transferred to the lift and went down to IBF. As soon as we entered the room, the lights came on.
静かね。
Yeah, you're right. We should have been fairly advanced in the area above us. Perhaps some of the sections started to collapse. The surface of the pool hardly even rippled, as if there were nothing going on. I wondered how much longer the place would hold. Ah,
どうしたの？
the time. We're past the scheduled time.
予定？
Actually, there's a rescue team on its way.
救助？
Yeah, they call himself the Maritime Defense Force, I think. He was able to open up a communications line to Isilnol. I turned the handle on the door of the examination room. Lights came back on in the room.
あ、いない。みんないなくなってる。
Tsugumi searched around the examination room. He checked each of the capsule pods. Also did a quick search of the room. The focus pod was open. The menu for the control panel was open to the same page. These bottles of serum laid strewn on the floor. Yeah. You, the kid, Coco, that researcher, they're all
ど
gone.
こへ行ったの？
Tsugumi was starting to panic. Hey, hold on, I'm sure the rescue team found them. Then a voice that I recognized came over in the speaker. I hit the talk button. Tsugumi was next to me, staring at the monitor. This is the examination room in ABF3, over.
そこにいてくれたか。先ほど派遣した特急隊から到着連絡が入った時に君を発見できなかったようなので心配していた。
I'm sorry, I was out for a bit.
診療室に残っていた要救助者はすでに回収した。現在、民間サルベージの潜水艇にて応急処置中だ。
Is everyone okay?
今の段階では何とも言えない。ことは1分1秒を争う。潜水艇は一時緊急浮上して彼らを海上の病院へと搬送する。
Okay, you take care of
ま
them.
だそちらに残っているものは
Two, including me. There's one person that didn't make it.
了解した。できるだけ早く折り返しそちらへ救助に向かうようにする。しかし万一レミューの崩落が激しくなってしまった場合は特急隊が EBF に接近できない可能性があるが。
I've got the exploration vessel standing by. I can call it here by remote control, right?
あ、そうだ。すまない。よろしく頼む。こちらも最善を尽くす。どうか諦めず待ってくれ。
Roger. Communications cut out.
どういうこと？
You weren't listening. Means all this would be for nothing if everyone died while they were waiting for us. The rescue team decided to put out a higher priority in getting you, the kid, and Coco to the hospital rather than waiting for us.
そう。そうよね。
Coco and Tsugumi's face slowly returned to normal as their sense of panic faded. Well, I just take a nap until the next bus comes.
バス？
If you think the bus is gonna be late, call a taxi for me, will you?
タクシー？何言ってるのよ、たけし。
If you push that button, a small submarine will come over here by remote control. Our very own private taxi should come here from another area of IBF.
うん。
Anyway, I'm just glad that everyone's alright. Yes. Adrenaline kept me going earlier, suddenly ran out. I'm just so glad.
たけし！
My legs suddenly gave out. My head struck the hard surface of the floor. But before I could feel anything, I stepped into a deep sleep as Tsugumi held me in her tight embrace. Soft warmth surrounded me. Light. But I had overcome an immense distance. Into the darkness. A soft white light surrounded me. There's nothing else for me to look at. Nothing below me. Nothing there to support me. For some reason, I was at peace. I was floating steadfastly. I was swaying freely in the center of great drifting water. I hear something faintly. The first sound I heard in my life. Yes, it was the sound of a heart beating. I remembered. I was surrounded by the gentle sound of a beating heart. There's no greater feeling of peace than what I felt then. How long were I able to stay there? I didn't know. I knew that I would have to leave the place at some point. I'd have to let go of that fragile bond soon. But I wasn't sad. That time must have come. Darkness cleared again, and out of it would come a new world where I resolved to be reborn.
おはよう。
I was lying down in bed. Next to me, Tsugumi was staring at me. She was squatting next to the bed, her eyes level with mine. We stared at each other, eye to eye. What time is it? That was the first thing I could think to say. Tsugumi took the PDA out of my
電池
pocket.
が切れてるわ。
Pressed the buttons, but nothing appeared on the screen. Oh.
端末の時計見て確かめてこようか。
Nah, that's okay. Just stay here with me. There were tears in Tsugumi's
気分
eyes.
はどう？
That's a dumb
いい
question.
と聞かせてよ。気分は？
Tsugumi held my hand softly. The feel? I mean, that's not completely wrong, but it doesn't sound right. The feel of her soft skin seemed like it would pull me in. I don't feel so good. My body feels tired all over. But it could be worse, I guess.
そう。
Tried opening and closing the hand that was free in front of my face. Movements were still
傷
sluggish.
は？痛まない？
But
いきなり倒れるから抱き留めたつもりだったんだけど間に合わなくて額が割れてるわたけし
Tsumi opened her glossy lips slightly and murmured. I see the tip of her red tongue. Forehead. Split?
ねえ覚えてないの
Lily looked around the room. Ceiling, sheets, empty syringes on the floor. Okay, I remember. I touched my forehead lightly. I guess it must have been split wide open. There are stitches there. No big deal. Something like this ought to heal right up.
でもごめんなさい
Why are you apologizing? It isn't your fault, right? It isn't anyone's fault. So don't worry about it. That's hit me on the head. I was alive. Even though I was banged up pretty good, I was alive. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. I looked around the room once more. Nobody else was there. Just the two of us. And the silence. It was almost too quiet to believe. Where's the bus?
そうにないわ
How about a
そ
taxi?
れはもう呼んだ
Communications?
あれからさっぱり通じない
I could see the monitor. It reported that the remote control guidance was working normally. It'd take about 1 hour for it to reach our pool. But it seemed that the submarine was making its way without any glitches. Oh. I guess that leaves us some time to relax until the taxi gets here. Won't do us a bit of good getting worked up about it. If I had wanted to. My body wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. I felt like I was running low on batteries. I was exhausted. couldn't think straight. I went beyond the limits of my strength and spirit. Huh? I noticed something and brought my face closer to Tsugumi's.
Nani, Takeshi?
Takashi. I almost pressed myself against her and brought myself close to her face.
Nani yo?
Her cheeks, which had been puffed from crying, started to turn slightly red. I'm hungry, I remembered, pulling my face up close. So I could eat just about anything.
So?
And guess what, Tsugumi?
Nani yo?
Tsugumi's face became redder and redder. There's just the most amazing smell coming from you. Her eyebrows arched as she was annoyed. Hey, you're not hiding anything, are you? Food. Reach out for her chest.
ダメよ
Are we gonna eat Tsugumi? Is that what's going on here? Or did she stow away like a sandwich or something? Did she go and make herself a sandwich when she went up there and then didn't eat it? She quickly covered herself with her
あな
hearts.
たまさかチャミを食べる気
Oh,
そ
what?
れだけはダメ絶対ダメ
As if I would, stupid.
バカって言わないでよバカ
Vision returned to normal. She did a few of her buttons and let Chami out from her shirt.
ずっとこんなとこに押し込めててごめんねチャミほらちょっと遊んでおいで
Chami sniffed the air as he wrote in the palm of Tsugumi's hand. Suddenly jumped to the floor and ran to the corner of the room. Watched the whole time.
たけし
Tsugumi spoke to me as she redid her
見たで
buttons.
しょ
What?
何ってその見たいの
More what?
いいよもうバカ
It's not really the well. I mean, we got an hour. It's not really the time for this. A reverberating sound shot across the room. Bed shook slightly.
大丈夫
Looked up for a second, then quickly turned her
安
gaze.
心してまだ大丈夫だと思ううんきっと大丈夫よ
I don't know. I would assume, like... I don't know. I assume if you ate it, you wouldn't be able to. Or maybe you would. I don't know. Like, I mean, you can't kill. You can kill it for a second, but it will come back. I don't know. Maybe it'll just come out on the other side alive still. Maybe it'll be fine. I don't know.
根拠が何もないけどねなんだかまるでたけしみたいなこと言ってるどうかしてるわね私
I sat up quickly. I grabbed hard into Tsugumi's hand.
何いきなり
I know, Tsugumi.
何が
This is incredible.
だから何なのよ
Flustered, Tsugumi's cheek changed color in her confusion. Made a major discovery. Brought her hand close to me. Tsugumi's face was right next to mine. Alright, listen up.
ええ
I know where that great smell is coming from. It is... you. Let's eat the Tsugumi, let's go! Your breath smells so great. Jeez, you smell good. What a sweet smell. Perfect. Let me just have one bite.
ちょっと何するのやだ話してよ
Takashi, I was joking. Let's not.
バカやめなさい
Ow. Hey, did it really have to smack
だっ
me?
て
Hey, I'm an injured man
だ
here.
ったら怪我人らしくおとなしくしなさいよ
Either and shut up. Yeah, basically.
バカいきなり人の指かじるなんて
I did lift an imprint on her finger. Thank you. I'm still hungry, but I feel a lot better. I'm gonna keep sitting up, so I lay down in bed again.
信じられない
Just tried up just a bit ago over in Tsugumi's eyes again. Left of the situation. Wasn't much strength left in me, but I left anyway. A man of insatiable desires. When I get hungry, I stuff my face. When I get sleepy, I sleep like a bear. And give me a chance and I'll be thinking about Hanky Pinky. Fucking Hanky Pinky. This okay. I don't know if that was an intentional translation, but like it also works because like 2002 was like 20 years ago almost. That's crazy. Okay, that's fine. That's all I think about. Beyond salvation, right?
バカみたい
Yep. She tried to smile back at me. Her voice dried up and tears began to fall. Ah, I'm such an idiot. Come on, laugh at a fool like me, will ya?
バカね
Listen. Then it's 15 years old. Don't worry about it. It's still they don't no one says hanky pinky anymore. Is my point. It's a very like 90s 2000s something like a parent would say when they're trying to be discreet. I guess discreet. I don't know. Tsugumi laughed.
本当に大バカね信じられないくらいバカなのねいつもどうしてあんなバカなこと
Oh no, Maji, why did you say that? Why did you say those words? Why did you type that and send it to me in the chat? Ah. That's something kids wouldn't even know what it is because nobody says it anymore. Ah. Don't make me feel old. Stop it. She was smiling. But her tears wouldn't stop falling. No reason, I guess. Just trying to live all out. Because I don't want to die.
本当にたったそれだけのことで
Tears continued to fall. I think there are some things that I was taking too lightly. There are people who go on living even when they want to die. People who die that want to keep on living. I had no idea that was how things were. I guess I was pretty naive about the way the world works. It's like coming to the Mew, that is. But then I met you. the way I thought about things changed. I wasn't always filled with good things. You nodded. I calmly wiped away your tears. But I don't want you to think that living is something to be embarrassed about, or something that you should hate. I think as long as you're alive, it's okay to live. I think there are good things waiting for you. Wait, not just that. The being alive is a good thing in itself. And that way, my thinking still hasn't changed. She nodded. We held each other's hands. I don't know how to say it, but looked towards the heavens I couldn't see. I didn't know if there was something above. Didn't know if it really mattered. Maybe all I had to do was accept that that was there. Accept what was there. The reason we keep living, in other words. What does it mean to die? Does everything really end when we die? Unless you can really stare reality in the face, I think you should wait. Put it on hold. It isn't time for me to die yet. I just can't die yet. You can't either, and neither can any of the rest of us. Till that time comes, all of us should live. She nodded as if she nodded as if in deep understanding. Hey, Tsugumi. Looked deeply into her eyes. I was trying to see if there was light inside there. I wanted to get as close as I could and see. Hey, you're bleeding from your finger. Is that so? I'm sorry. His face was almost close enough that we're almost touching noses. Closer. Even closer still. Got blood on your lips. That's not my fault. Yeah.
出てるかも。さっき建物が揺れてぶつけたから。
Looks painful.
痛かったらたけしのせいだからね。
You think so?
そうよ。
Maybe you're right.
責任取ってくれる？
Pressed her lips tightly on mine. I could smell her scent. I could taste her blood. Taste her tears. She bit down on my lower lip. My blood started to flow. We pressed together as tightly as we could be, facing one another with everything we had. Our bodies came together, became one. I felt her breath, felt her pulse, felt the warmth of her body. Fragrant smell wafted from her neck. That musky smell made me slightly dizzy. It was sweet, just sweet smell.
たけし、たけし、起きてよ。タクシーが着いたわ。
Okay. I jumped out of the bed and stood up. Stretched my arms and loosened my shoulders. I felt pretty good. Took a deep breath as I fixed my clothes, rumpled during sleep. Mine was firing and my head felt clear.
チャミ、チャミ、おいで。ほら、そろそろ行くよ。
Jimmy scooped up Chimmy, who'd been running around on the floor, and held him to her chest.
あれ？
Bending over, Tsugumi let out a cry of alarm. What's wrong,
た
Tsugumi?
けし、ベッドの下。
Under the bed? Mine? He nodded. Looked under the bed I had been sleeping on. Something was lying there. Reached out and pulled up whatever it was closer to me. Huh?
ピピ。
Oh. It was Pippi. Hey, Pippi, what's going on? What are you doing here? He didn't respond. All the color had vanished from his eyes. He didn't move at all. If he was frozen, as if he were dead. There's something stuck fast in his mouth. Took it out gently. It was a disc. Terabyte disc, made out of polycarbonate. Put the disc Yippee had been carrying in my pocket. The roaring sound, the whole room suddenly shook violently, and my body vibrated.
5 Minuten vor der Implosion.
Oh, that's probably bad. Hey, what did that announcement just say? When Pee under my arm, I looked up at the ceiling. I quickly got up.
5分前
5 minutes? Give me a break. What do they gotta tell us when there's only 5 minutes left? Give us some more warning, for crying out loud. Started mumbling complaints to myself. It was mostly for show. Timmy let out a big sigh.
とにかく5分前なの
Timmy shrugged her shoulders exaggeratedly and stared at me. But for some reason, she seemed to be
素直
smiling.
に現実を受け入れなさいよ寛容な私を見習ってね
Listen to yourself, Tsugumi. Telling jokes at a time like this is more my style, don't you think?
まあねでも5分もあれば大丈夫でしょ
Smile floated to her lips, and Tsugumi held out a hand to me. Of course. I took her hand firmly.
4 Minuten vor der Implosion.
Shaking and rumbling of IPF continued. I could hear the sound of the water rushing in and checking against the watertight hatches somewhere else. Almost metallic sounds rang out from above, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the ceiling had suddenly ruptured. But still, we ran without stopping. We were running to get out of there. I held on to Tsugumi's hand the whole time. Her body moved fluidly as she ran. We ran in sync with one another. We passed through a door that stood wide open at the end of the passage. On top of the pool, which looked like it was threatening to overflow at any moment, a mini-sub was waiting for us. Yes, at least something is going right. Taxi's even waiting for us.
当然でしょ
Soon looked at me with a smug face and
タ
said,
クシーなんだから
Yeah.
勝手にお客をすっぽかしたりしないのよ
Oh yeah, true. Oh, you're right. Oh no.
どうしたの
I forgot my wallet.
バカね好きにしておきなさいよそのくらい
Oh, okay. Yeah, and LeBlanc's name.
えもちろん
3 Minuten vor der Implosion.
3 minutes until implosion. I scrambled to the sub and jumped down the hatch. Controls were simple. I closed the hatch on the top by pressing a button. The submarine slipped up from the pool and into the middle of the ocean. Ocean currents quickly pushed us out to sea. Away from the sinking of the Mew. Yes. The Mew was... Paradise was. Our home for 7 days was... warping and folding in on itself like some kind of crumpled old newspaper. It scattered as it collapsed like children's wooden blocks that hadn't been stacked properly. Letting its final breath of bubbles, it disappeared to the bottom of the deep blue sea. We're moving up. The small fragile egg Varin floated quietly towards the surface.
これからどうするの
Tommy asked in a quiet voice. There's so much that I want to do. Answered as I placed the motionless Chippy on the seat next to me. But first, I'm thinking more about where to start. What about you, Tsugumi? What do you want to do? What? You don't like the
う
question?
んそんなことないわ私もゆっくり考えてみてもいい
Sure.
今の音何
I don't know. brain console made a funny
何
sound.
の音？
No clue. Hey, something just came up on that screen over there. The monitor behind Tsugumi started
な
blinking.
んて書いてあるの？
You're closer than I am, so why don't you turn around and look at it yourself?
嫌よ。見たくない。嫌な感じがするから。
Don't be so selfish. No one left with any other choice. I peeked at the monitor. Which one? Low battery. That's what it says. The lights in the sub suddenly went out. The monitor went dark. All the power went out. Electrical equipment went silent. The only thing that's still working was the analog pressure gauge. Depth, 63 meters. Internal pressure, 12.5 atmospheres. Submarine was set to saturation diving specifications. Pressure on the inside was higher than the pressure on the outside.
たけし。
It's okay, we're gonna be fine. Stop looking like you're gonna cry. Depth, 64 meters. It lost our upward momentum. Stern began sinking slowly, fairly slowly. Official air pressure, 0. Bliss tank, able to drain. Wonderful, we hitch into a ride on a junker. You know, this cab always seems to stall on these country roads. I'm terribly sorry, esteemed passenger. Depth, 65 meters. Lit the aft hatch. It had a 2-ply hatch. The underside was made of reinforced glass and FRP, while the outside was made from high-strength steel. Hey, you think if we let up some of the pressure, we let some of the high-pressure gas out of the hatch, we'd start rising again?
まっすぐ浮上できるとは思えないし、勢いなんてたかが知れてる。そんなことをすれば浸水転覆するのは目に見えてる。余分な圧搾空気だってないんだから。そもそもこの本体を浮かべるための浮力が不足してるの。バラストを捨てないと。
Ballast. Depth 66 meters.
本来はバラストのバルブは電動制御される。だけど今は。
Alright, let's just stay calm. Think of how fast we're sinking. I'm going to be a little bit lighter, right? Hello, Bra Box Edits? That's probably right. Hello. We're sinking in a submarine. It's bad. Judging by how fast we're sinking, we only need to be a little bit lighter, right? If we can get rid of a few dozen kilograms, we should be fine. Why not try pulling out a few of those machines over there? That should make us lighter.
簡単に引っこ抜けると思う？
You think it's gonna be... Well, they seem to be well done fairly well. Probably not easy to do with bare-handed. And unfortunately, we don't have any tools.
やっぱり無理よ。
So we bit her lip and looked down. Yeah. We're screwed. Depth 67 meters. Sinking. We were sinking.
ぬか喜びしちゃったね。
Just a little, yeah. She was shook from disappointment, and she laughed without conviction.
バカみたい。私バカみたい。
Totally sucked in her breath.
何やってるのよ、たけし。
What? You can't tell by looking? Opening the hatch.
だから何やってるのよ。
Do you even need to ask? 68 meters.
やめてよ。何をする気なの？
Timmy grabbed onto my arm. Don't try to stop me. Throw Tsugumi's arm and raised the glass hatch. Just large enough for one person to go through. Please don't touch me. Don't touch me.
いや、離さない。
Ah. Dragul, hello, thanks for following. We're at a tense moment right now, so I will continue. But thank you. No. Oh, that's skippy. So he grabbed onto my arm firmly. The hatch was
死ん
closing.
でも離してやらないから。
Depth 69 meters. Slowly, and steadily. It wouldn't stop sinking. You know, you really are selfish. I thought for a bit. And slowly opened my mouth. Hey, Tsugumi. Do you know what the Archimedes principle is? For a moment, Tsugumi's grip relaxed. In a brief instant, I tore myself forcefully away from her grasp. Barely opened the glass hatch and slipped to the back of the airlock. Though I jumped inside, it was surprisingly easy to close the hatch from within. Once the hatch was closed, I shut the latch right away. Depth 70 meters. Tsugumi was stunned. Her eyes were opened as wide as they would go, and she stared at me from the other side of the glass.
たけし、たけし、何やってるの？開けて、出てきて。
Tsugumi wildly pounded on the reinforced glass with her fist. She tried as hard as she could to pull up the lever, but was unable to. Tsugumi, what are you saying? The glass is pretty thick, you know. I really can't hear very well.
バカ、バカ、開けろって言ってるの。何考えてるのよ。
Tears started falling from Tsugumi's wide open eyes. Drops fell in a constant stream. Her tears and fist pounded against the glass. The glass creaked as she hit it. Depth 71 meters. Hey, wait a second. Didn't you? Thought you knew about the Archimedes principle. I mean, I think you were the one who taught me about it. I guess you know that. Sorry.
笑い事じゃないの。冗談じゃない。そういう問題じゃないんだよ。バカ。たけしのバカ。
Timmy sobbed as she screamed. Yeah, I'm an idiot. The biggest one there is. You know that, Tsugumi. 72 meters. No matter how hard she pounded on the glass, it didn't break. The hatch wouldn't open, and it wouldn't break either. Looked fairly sturdy. It made me feel good to know that it would hold. Well, anyway. We gotta make sure this little leg stays afloat. Put one hand behind me on the other hatch. If I can open it up, she'd be safe. Gently turned the handle.
たけし、
Tsugumi stopped hitting the
ま
glass.
さか、まさか、まさか、死ぬ気なの？
Don't worry. I didn't look away when I spoke to her and said firmly, I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. That's 73 meters. I kept turning the handle with my other hand. Just a little more.
お願い一人にしないで私を一人にしないで
There you go, I was worrying. I forced a smile. I keep telling you, it's gonna be okay, right? You wanna live, don't you? To live. As long as you're alive, live. Don't worry. I'm not gonna die. 74 meters. Hatch on the bottom of the submarine opened. The air which had been compressed in the airlock was jettisoned into the ocean. The body shot out like a bullet into the water. I could no longer hear her voice. In the middle of the ocean, her voice wouldn't carry to me. At the side of the glass, I could make out her blurry outline. His face was covered with tears, broken with sadness. It was refracted through the water. 75 meters. I grabbed onto a rail on the outside of the submarine and steadied myself. Closed the outside hatch. I couldn't see her anymore. I won't be able to see her again. 76 meters. I go with my last source of support. And kicked the sub. Just from its support, my body went flying. To a jet black ocean filled with sparkling fragments of light. 77 meters. My consciousness was floating. My will steadfastly clung to my body. It was still there. Even if it was threatening to turn to dust. Even if it was threatening to be torn apart. Live as long as you were alive. That was what I wanted. Maybe it was just stubbornness. Or sinking to the bottom of the ocean. I felt the vision filled with white bubbles heading up towards the heavens. I closed my eyes slowly. That was when I realized for the first time that I was there. I'm here. I am here. I am here. My body dissolved in the ocean, mixing with it, becoming one with it. Life readings. 1. Hey, there's a Tsugumi ending. I've never seen this ending before. I'm pretty sure when I did this million bajillion years ago, I got the bad ending and assumed that was the real ending. So I was, you know, I went on to other things. I've never seen this before. That's crazy. I've never heard this rockin' tune before and seen these credits. So as you can tell, this was the Tsugumi route because Tsugumi is the only one in the credits. The only person who matters right now is Tsugumi, according to these credits. We got through Tsugumi's route, and it did take a lot more effort than the birds. Birds were easy. All you had to do was hang out with them, pretty much. This was complicated. A lot more complicated. Good times, exactly. The story is not over yet, because you're only in the infinite. You are in the infinity loop. Alright. This has been a, very eventful, session, stream, yeah, that works. This is a very successful stream of Ever 17, and we finished, Tsugumi's, we got Tsugumi's good end, so that's good. Honestly, it's not over yet, as it said. I will go ahead and say next time we're going after we're going after Sora, the person that Takashi considered Sora a person. Yeah, true. Honestly, a productive 4-hour stream contemplating immortality. That's what this was, pretty much. And diseases, but that's nothing new. But yeah, this was fun. Next time, we will start with, we will go after the AI hologram lady Sora, and we'll see. I don't know. Maybe we can get her down to IBF somehow or something. I don't know. Maybe merge the computer systems. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Maji in particular, and I will. Oh, I see my Nightbot was being mean to people. Excuse me. I don't know. I'll work on that. Sorry. Lamp, you're late. I'm done. I listen. We did a route. It took like 4 hours, but you're late. It's fine though. You worked, so it's cool. Anyway, I was just thinking of somebody to raid or something at this point. Who? I don't know. Who's streaming? I'm gonna check, but if you got a good suggestion, I will take it. Oh, not many people I know. Soul is streaming, but Soul and Nora are streaming. They're the only two I know, or that I'm following anyway. Oh, Don had a stream. Damn. I would have liked to go to that, but I was streaming myself, so no can do. Maybe next time. Yeah, like, give me some suggestions. If you have others, then Soul, really. Oh, I mean, I have 2 of those. Let me see. Looks like Nor is doing a collab in 100% Orange Juice. That's good to know. Right, low recount. Okay, hold on. Let me look up. What is E Froggy doing? Dead by Daylight. Interesting. Okay. Oh, doing a 24-hour stream. Interesting. Oh. Wow. Oh, fundraiser. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Their design, I should say. Their design is very unique, I must say. Interesting. Yeah, we'll raid them. They're playing... I don't know. They're playing something. I don't know what they're playing. But we'll raid them. Let me just grab this. Hello, if there's people on YouTube, if you would like to come and do a manual raid. Listen, Lamp, you can throw your cutes out to whoever, but... It's up to you. The only people exclusive of the YouTubes, you can do the thing. You can go raid with us if you like. If not, that's fine too. Thank you for watching. There we are. Start raid. Okay. Thanks everybody for showing up. It is a storm raid as usual because I'm not creative. If there was a storm cloud general emote, I would put it, but I don't think there is. So does storm raid, does it? Sure. That can be, that's fine. Do that then. Follow the Lamp's example, that's fine. I'm turning this music on. Oh, did Nightbot attack you? Oh, it did. Listen, let me just... How about that? That works. I gotta fix the Nightbot, I'm sorry. Hey, don't make me regret this, Lamp. There. Alright, the raid should have went through.